Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Radlett, the One Day Cup, about to get underway here in Hertfordshire. I'd like to say Dean Wilson's alongside myself, Kevin Hand. For this one, news of the toss is Somerset have won it. They've elected to field first. So, Middlesex, out you go, Dino, and set a total on this Radlett surface, which can be a batsman's paradise at times, but on other days it can really be seamer-friendly.
Yeah, a little tinge of green, actually. I've had a look at the pitch, and I think that might just give the bowlers a little bit of encouragement. But to be honest, blue skies, sun's bearing down, small ground, opportunity for lots of runs. I think very fast scoring ground here. So I think Middlesex's young batters, got a very exciting opening pair. Josh De Carey's and Joe Cracknell. I think we want to try and get off to a really strong start, build a foundation, and then, a big total on the board.
Absolutely. We'll take you through those sides in full in just a moment, but out in the middle, it's a scorcher. So it's going to be a challenge for you and I today, but also the teams out there. This is what we want, though. There's been a fair bit of moisture around. You never quite know how that'll affect the surface here at Radlett. We'll just have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see whether there's any kind of movement off that surface, but as you say, it is a scorcher out there. The sun's shining. I think it's going to be a beautiful day for some exciting white ball cricket. And as you say, a young side, plenty of talent there, looking to make their mark in this tournament.
There's the teams there: Middlesex, Joe Cracknell and Nathan Fernandez, Sam Robson, Ben Geddes, Jack Davies, Luke Holman, Josh De Carey's. Whether this will be bat in order, I think we'll have to wait and see. I've got a feeling, like you, Dean, that Josh might be up the order there. Whether he goes all the way to the top, we'll have to wait and see. Toby Rowland-Jones, Henry Brooks, Josh Little and Noah Cornwell. So the skipper, Ben Geddes, for this one. Somerset, Lammonby, Vaughan, Goldsworthy, Rue, Thomas Green, Pretorius, Ogborn, Bull and Leach. It's a strong-looking Somerset side, and indeed it is a strong Middlesex side as well. When you look at a name like Toby Rowland-Jones at Radlett, he's always going to be a handful.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a slight misnomer about this competition, the suggestion that it's a sort of development competition, that lots of young players are going to get their chance while other tournaments are taking place. But the reality is that there are lots of high quality players in English cricket playing for their counties, and this is the cricket that is available to them, and they've all got that competitive urge to go out there and show what they're made of. So some very recognisable names in both these sides. As you say, Somerset, they're looking particularly strong. A couple of internationals in there as well. So I think it's not going to be the most straightforward of tasks for Middlesex today, but they'll fancy getting a decent score on the board.
Well, as you named it there, it's De Carey's and Cracknell out to open for Middlesex. So perhaps Nathan Fernandez dropping down the order. We'll have to wait and see. Sam Robson, obviously a very big name in this side as well. Ben Geddes on the card I have in front of me. He's in at 4. Which make a fair bit of sense. Good to see Jack Davies back in the side for Middlesex as well. He's lost the gloves to Cracknell in all formats at the moment, but back in for the One Day Cup with those away with the 100 at the moment. But as for Somerset, some very big names still, both top and bottom of the order there for them. And there's that first look at the pitch you were talking about. A little bit of a tinge to it out there, Dino.
Yeah, there is. And actually, I think that's nothing to worry about in any shape or form. Always wait and see how it plays rather than how it looks. You think here at Radlett, we know that there's been some pretty high scores here over the years, and these are fantastic conditions to get the bat in hand and try and build a score. But I do think that wait and see what that ball does early on. If there is any slight movement, if there is any little bit of moisture from the recent rain that we have had in these parts, then you get the chance to exploit it nice and early on. But for De Carey's and for Cracknell, they've got plenty of time. It's not the shortest form, it's a short form, but not the shortest. So they have got a chance to have a look. But try and be as positive as possible from the word go.
Pretorius it is. Pavilion end to start up for the right arm seamer, and Cracknell on strike. It'll be interesting to see how they go about the power play here, Middlesex. So, as you say, with any outground, it can be feast or famine, can't it? And here at Radlett, it is a small ground. It's a quick scoring ground when it's off the square, the ball.
Yeah, and they're used to the slope at Lords. There is a slight camber to this ground as well, almost a kind of saucer, upturned saucer as the ball runs away from the square.
A couple of slips in place early on for Somerset as well. The 2 out, as you'd pretty much expect in any standard one-day cup game at the moment, or a short format game, a long leg, deep thirds rather than a deep square, after a deep point. I wasn't going to have a deep point in at this stage, but they've gone for the deep third, even though they've got the 2 slips in place as well. Oh, there you go. Beaut from Pretorius.
That's the early movement that we were talking about. Lovely bit of away shape there, off the seam, just holding its line and then nibbling away from the outside edge of Cracknell's bat. But he did well. He just played inside the line, didn't follow the ball with his hands, so no real danger, but just an early sign that there might just be a little bit of movement to get the bowlers interested.
And then goes leg side with it. Now, what's he got on it? They've all gone up. Was it just a little bit of hip on the way through? Was there anything at all? Certainly bounced, though, for Pretorius.
Yeah, the umpire there making it very clear. He thought that just came off the thigh pad as it went through. Just a little flick off. It's rather, I mean, it's quite a large thigh pad. There's quite a bit of real estate there on the left leg for him to hit. But, yeah, no conning the umpire on that occasion.
Up onto that hip again, but this time turned away nicely. Now here's an idea of what the outfield's like. He's only just clipped it really, but he'll pick up a couple.
Yep, scoreboard up and running. A nice little move off the hips for a couple. So just straying a little bit straight there, Pretorius. He's got a very offside heavy field, just the 3 fielders on the leg side, so really hoping to be a little bit further outside the off stump than that.
Inside edge from Cracknell, looking to push outside the off stump. He's wary of that movement, of course. Already had one nipped away from him. Ended the first, 2 without loss, Middlesex.
All 6 balls there to Joe Cracknell. Good start from Pretorius. Beautiful scene there, looking at the pavilion here at Radlett. Fantastic sight. Great place to be playing.
We just had Sam Robson storming towards us from that pavilion. I thought we'd said something to upset him already, Dino.
No, not even you or I could be that cruel that early. I think he's just looking for someone else to berate. Maybe he did have his pads on, so suggesting that he might be in next.
Well, that's what I wonder about this approach from both Cracknell and Carey's. Cracknell, who was up the order for the T20 for Middlesex for a couple of years, he's dropped down the order now to 7, but came in as an explosive player, and indeed he was quickly called up by London Spirit, wasn't he, in his debut year, in a wildcard pick by Owen Morgan. Just dipped away a little. This can happen early career for players, but back in all formats now, and a first-class century for him, of course. Maiden first-class century a couple of weeks ago. Here's Carey's first ball. And Ogborn just eases that one across him. Lovely ball from the left armour to Carey's, who fell just shy of his maiden first-class ton on a number of occasions over the last few weeks. Back 3 consecutive first-class 50s in 3 first-class innings, but not the century yet.
Yeah, it'll come. He's a quality player with bat and ball. Still just finding his way. Still early days for him.
That's a gorgeous looking shot, but he's picked out point. Good stop in there. Goldsworthy. Yeah, it looks like his game's kicked on this year to Carey's. The few innings that he's been in back in the side, it really looks as though there's a bit more authority about him, a bit more confidence at the crease. Deep within that crease as he defends that one into the onside. He starts quite a long way back, and comparing someone like Max Holden, whose trigger movement will be a couple of steps forward.
Yeah, it's good to see him keep going, and as you say, kick on year after year. He's a young player, does take a little bit of time to kind of find your feet as a pro, and also when you've been playing different roles throughout that period, which he has.
Crunch through. Lovely shot for 4. A little bit of wit somewhere between a cut and a drive, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's had a couple of goes at that shot. The first one maybe was slightly better timed, but it found the fielder. This time he manages to place it between cover and point. Absolutely no doubt about that one. Lovely, confident looking stroke from De Carey's. That'll do him the world of good at the start of this innings.
Wants to come the over. Tight enough start. Yeah, I was going to make the point Robson in next that just maybe Cracknell up at the top with Carey's. These two will be given some freedom to go pretty hard at it in the power play. Really pile the pressure onto Somerset early. You've got players like Robson and Fernandez. It's dragged away. Nobody back square at the wicket, only the long leg for more. And the first boundary.
Yeah, good over there for Middlesex. Couple of boundaries, both coming from short balls, both sides of the wicket. First a cut and then a very confident looking pull from De Carey's there. His trigger movement, as you say, sort of back in the crease. And so it sort of looks like he's pulling off the front foot, but actually his weight's already going back. He's kind of sitting there waiting for it and rolls the wrists all along the ground. Good.
Robson and Fernandez there, first class openers for Middlesex for a while. I just mean they can settle in across the 50 overs if it goes wrong at the top, if Cracknell and De Carey's get going and it goes wrong quickly. But of course you've got the very explosive Ben Geddes, who's now the captain as well. Lewis Deploy taking the first class team and the T20 side, but now away with the 100s.
Yeah, it's an extra bit of responsibility for Geddes. We've seen him really, kind of cement himself and become a real fixture in this Middlesex setup after moving over the river.
Lift again, but down the leg side it'll be a wide. No hip involved on this occasion. Yeah, Geddes is quite the capture for Middlesex, and has obviously made a big enough impression to be handed the captaincy this early. Jack Davies, all-format cricketer for Middlesex the last couple of years, and Luke Holman, the all-rounder. Crunched away, it's a no ball as well, so that'll be a free hit. It's a great stop. Ogborn down there at long leg. As you said, square dips away here at Radlett, so it's slightly downhill there to Ogborn in the distance.
Did my eyes deceive me, or did he take that on the full? Did my eyes deceive me?
I'll trust your eyes.
I thought that was a catch, to be honest, initially, but maybe I was deceived. But I think he knew pretty early on that it was a no ball, so there's no celebration from anyone.
We'll see if we can catch it on the replay. Here's the free hit for De Carey's. Remarks his crease. Lines up Pretorius for the first time. Low full toss, works way out to deep mid wicket, single taken.
Yeah, it's very nicely bowled for the free hit. Always a little cat and mouse game And you know they're just going to swing as hard as possible, but the Yorker there doing the job. Very nicely bowled.
That's a glorious looking shot. Just leans into it. Open face. Another boundary for Middlesex. First for Cracknell.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Cracknell. It was full of length, inviting the drive. Still got to put it away though. And that was nicely timed. Run away for 4. Just a little bit too full on that occasion from Pretorius. He did beat the outside edge in his first over with one that was pitched a good couple of feet shorter than that, and that's the sort of length that he's got to be searching for here. This Middlesex pair now getting into their work quite nicely.
Did we get that catch or no catch down to deep backward square? Maybe end of the over now. It was the no ball. It was taken on the full. Looking for a couple here. Cries yes, 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 clearly from Cracknell, and they're back comfortably for 2. End of the thirds. 21 without loss. Middlesex have been put in here by Somerset.
Yeah, this is a confident start from the Middlesex pair. They've pounced on anything a little too short or a little too full. Somerset opening bowlers just struggling a little bit to find their radar this morning.
Well, there's the shot of the morning so far, and it'll take some beating over the course of the next few overs.
That's a wonderful shot from Josh De Carey's. Full face of the bat, just a punch straight back past the bowler. Didn't try and hit it too hard, just check the drive, and as we've been talking about here, the ball racing away to the boundary. Just the one slip in for De Carey's. There's Ogborn trying to stem this flow of runs in the 4th over.
It's well run. Confident start from these two so far. Boundaries, singles. Moment of alarm for Cracknell with the ball beating the edge from Pretorius, but otherwise run rate of 7.3, and all of a sudden this is a very solid start without particularly any high risk cricket.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything out of the ordinary really from this opening pair. They've played the ball on its merits, looking to score.
And right on cue, Ogborn finds something just to put a little bit of doubt back into the batter's mind. There's the hand movement from Cracknell. Have you got it front, rear? Suggested it moved, whether it's late swing or just off the surface. I think it was mostly bounce. Riding the bounce on this occasion, but it's tucked up slightly. Ogborn around the wicket to him.
Yeah, I think Ogborn got a little bit excited by the ball before, thought he'd test out another shortish delivery, and I think he got away with it really. I don't think the short ball is one that's going to be worth too much value out there today.
Watchfully played by Cracknell, looking to blast those pads off there, Ogborn.
I do feel as though the margin for error already for the bowlers on this pitch is pretty small. You know, we've seen some lovely looking drives, one straight from De Carey's, one through the covers from Cracknell, and we've also seen the pull shot, the cut shot, anything dropping short. I do feel as though this pitch really is there for the batters to take advantage. Only the merest hint of movement off the surface so far this morning. I think these bowlers are going to have to work extremely hard for their rewards on a day that really does look set up for the batters.
Oh, a little bit full of that one. Can we see that from behind, please? Played with the inside of the bat by De Carey's. There was just a little bit of movement on that. I wonder if there was a little bit of wobble in the air. Off the surface.
Yeah, there's a little bit of something there, but not extravagant.
Now, yes please. All of a sudden, a couple of consecutive deliveries, and there's a little bit of doubt in the batters buying that one. With a bit of bounce just leaving De Carey's.
Yeah, just holding its line a touch there. A couple of good balls from Pretorius.
Nicely played, but blocked off inside the circle. You mentioned got too much in this surface. Couple of balls there just doing something. Middlesex, well, they're blessed really with Toby Rowland-Jones at the top, as we mentioned, but Henry Brooks proved himself first in the 100 really, didn't he? That was where he first made his name. Noah Cornwell's pulling up trees at the moment for Middlesex. He's making great waves. Oh, did he? Yes, he did. Speaking of a bit of experience, Leach sliding along the ropes.
Wholehearted commitment as always from Jack Leach. That's what you love to see. Was he touching the ball when his hands went over the ropes? That's the question, though.
I tell you what, it's a fine piece of work, though, isn't it? Funnily enough, there was a Josh De Carey's moment very similar to that at Cheltenham College the other day, where he slid on the rope and flicked it back in and got up, threw the ball back in, a few falls, you know, from over the rope, and the umpires are looking at him and he said, I genuinely don't know. I just don't know. I can't tell you yes or no as to whether he said, I think it was clean, but I just don't know. And there is, you know, it happens in such a flash, doesn't it? We get these slow-mos. That was a great piece of camera work as well. Got hold of that one. Sweetly struck out of the middle.
And that's the margin for error that we talked about. Felt that the short ball wasn't the way to go on this pitch, and Joe Cracknell showing why they're going to take anything on, confident that they can clear these boundaries. A little bit smaller than maybe they're used to, and an otherwise really decent over from Pretorius, just going Middlesex's way right at the end there.
Through it goes. And the run starts to flow for Middlesex. It's a little bit too wide and very full. Carey's making no mistake at all. Yeah, the other name to throw into that, of course, Josh Little for Middlesex in this game. It's a very strong-looking bowling lineup that Middlesex have. Slips out, just dipped down. To not be a no ball. And then this man, Carey's, will offer spin option with Luke Holman. And of course Sam Robson. And Nathan Fernandez. Fancy a bowl, Dean?
Even if it were cloudy on a green top. No thanks.
So they've got options, Middlesex, and actually it does look like a pretty strong all-round team and squad that Middlesex have for this competition. They have had for a few years now. Mark Stoneman was the skipper last year. He was determined to get Middlesex out of the group and on a run in that competition. It just didn't happen, and it's great frustration, really. Somerset, of course, were the one-day specialists. Through it goes. Carey's pulling out all the shots now. He's into the 20s.
Yeah, and there's a real example of what a fast-scoring ground it is here. He's just managed to get it through the infield, and there's absolutely no chance, even though it's sort of going away slightly up the hill. Absolutely no chance of clawing that one back in. So a couple of boundaries already in this over through the offside to De Carey's. And as we said, that margin for error for these bowlers really is quite small.
Good comeback. Really good from Ogbourne. From behind, please, Dan. Left arm around. This is searing in towards the off stump, and then look at that go off the surface.
You've got to be so accurate to get the rewards here.
Drop short on that. Just a single. Deep square coming around.
Nine runs from the over, with Ogbourne there dropping that one in short, maybe just getting a little bit bigger on De Carey's than he expected, but he played it nicely, rolled the wrists. He's already picked up a boundary from the pull shot today.
Yeah, if there is one thing at Radlett over the years where no outgrounds, it's very rare you get a perfect outground surface. It comes with its challenges. It's one of the best club grounds around, isn't it? But it's not county standards, so not international standard. One thing with Radlett over the years, you might just find extra bit of bounce every now and again.
Yeah, and he requires the odd one to misbehave just to put that little bit of doubt into the batters' minds.
Now throw at the non-strikers, they're through. Bounces over the top of the stumps. Yeah, so far this morning there's been a little bit of climb there, but nothing explosive yet, and that's always go back to a match here. I think it was one of the early ones. Yorkshire was the first team to play Middlesex here. Goodness me, 10 or so years ago, more than that now. Hilton Cartwright, I think it was out there batting, and a ball exploded off a very full length and hit him in the grill. So Morgan said on that day, yeah, Hilton ate one earlier. It was nasty. Unfortunately, no damage done. But that's always been the slight reputation, is that you're a little bit wary that one might take off. But nothing so far today. These white balls, of course, do go soft pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, both these batters showing no signs of a lack of confidence. Lovely classical defensive there. They've both been fairly certain in their movements, whether defending or attacking. They've been very clear in what they're trying to do, and that's why they've got away to 43 inside the power play, inside the first 7 overs. So good start so far for Middlesex.
Somerset balcony. Actually, no, don't worry. Brilliant from Pretorius.
Yeah, really nice delivery there, and that one just holding its line again. Not not extravagant movement, but just enough to get the bowler interested. And Cracknell playing again inside the line, doesn't follow it. That's good cricket.
Tightens up that line's finish. 7 done. Somerset winning the toss. Middlesex 43 without loss.
Yeah, really good over there from Pretorius. Couple of good balls, one that beat the bat, but also just bowled the value of bowling to your field. Nice tight ring on the offside, and Cracknell not able to pierce the field on that occasion. So just one from it. That's a good over.
Snapper Ray, you know, you can say a lot about him, but he's no fool. Stand in front of the coffee van and someone will buy you one eventually. His long lens out. Some great shots from Ray. Some pretty good coffee from Colette as well. So Jake Ball into the attack. This will be a crucial moment, I think. Ball surely would have been licking his lips with some of those deliveries that he's seen so far.
Extra height as well for this release point.
Wide signals. Ooh, jarring of the left shoulder for Ball. And his follow through there, it seems. We all know that feeling. He's wringing out his hands there. It's that electric feeling that runs down your arm and into your fingertips, isn't it, as a bowler when that arm jars. Picked up the length there early to Carey's, but I think there was a little bit off the surface once again on that. Just tucked up by it slightly in the end. Did it move just slightly off the surface? Just angled in. But we are in the power play, of course, so putting the foot down is on the mind of these batters. Edged. Oh, wow. I fancy that was a chance.
Tough chance, low to his right, but Green really feels like he should have taken that one. Saw it all the way, got both hands to it, but it just burst through, and Ball agonised.
Oh, now gets one to nip back. This is very good from Ball. He did suspect that this could go one of two ways quite dramatically, and already Ball is laying down a bit of a marker here.
Yeah, just all of a sudden, it looks a slightly different game with good over from Pretorius previously, and then Jake Ball finding a little bit of extra movement, causing some problems.
That's lovely. Now another one goes down. Well, the reaction from Ball and the reaction from the keeper as well suggests that that was definitely a nick.
Well, it looked like a very regulation chance through to Rue. And it's a big edge there from Joe Cracknell. And Rue moves into line. The gloves go with him. But the ball somehow doesn't stay in them. He can't quite believe it. Maybe he just closed his hands a little early before the ball was actually there. Big miss, that one.
Just waited and see if the ball dipped slightly or whether there was a late bit of movement on him, but nothing at all. It was straight from the edge, straight to the gloves, and yeah, that's a really big put down. The one for Green, I was thinking he's a wide slip, isn't he? And slip, you often think it's just your channel. You're not particularly going to the left or to the right, but he was a wide slip, so he's got a lot, and he's the only slip, so he knows he's got a lot of ground to cover, but he was always late on it, wasn't he? Perhaps a little bit of anger from Ball, just going a little too full, a little too straight. A grunt, but a clip for 4.
Well, to be a fast bowler, eh? On you come. Side desperately looking for a wicket. Try and stem the flow of runs. And you find 2 edges. One slightly trickier chance to slip, the other an absolute dolly. I think it's fair to say even Rue, were he to be on co-coms, I think would agree.
Yeah.
He hardly had to move, but somehow the ball evades the gloves, and then the 4 runs to finish.
Yeah, you don't want to hammer someone, they make a mistake. But with Green, you can kind of understand, you know. All right, okay, he's late on it. It's a little bit wide. He's starting wide anyway. Oh, and that bobbles through. Away for 4 it goes. You can see the parched outfield here, even with the little bit of rain we've had in the last few days.
Yeah, and you can see the frustration already in the Somerset field. They should have had at least 1 down, and things just not going their way at the moment. The runs flowing, 50 up for Middlesex now. The start of the 9th over. And I think, yeah, I mean, certainly not hammering anyone. These things happen. I think with Rue, I mean, genuinely, he couldn't believe that it wasn't any, and I do think it just maybe was, as I say, the gloves just closing a fraction early. But of course, has a huge impact. These things happen. Middlesex's good fortune. See if they can cash in. It's interesting though, the way that this innings has evolved, that they're still finding the boundaries pretty much at least 1 and over, but in between at the moment with Pretorius and then now Drake Ball, there is some good stuff in between that they've got to be wary of, so not having it completely their own way. But having been given a bit of luck, these batters are going to want to really try and make the most of it now. Sun shining. And that's the length. That's the key length there, just that in between. Bringing De Carey's forward. Wasn't a drivable length at all, but it wasn't short. Just in between and ever so close to that outside edge.
Good end to the over as well. There you go. 9 done, 53 without loss. Yeah, I think there's here at Radlett there's great reward, as you've just seen those last 2 balls, if you can keep it on a spot. It's easier said than done, because I think even hitting it, you often talk about in white ball cricket that a length is one of the easier balls to hit up nowadays. We were brought up, don't swing across the line, don't hit across the line, play late. Of course, a length ball now, that's going over out of the park over mid-wicket cow corner, where we all wanted to hit it when we were 5. But I think here at Radlett, where that bounce, there's just that little bit of bounce, isn't there? That little bit in it. in the surface for the seamers, that if they hit that good length regularly, then there is quite a high risk for the batters trying to hit a bowler off a length on this surface. But anything offline, quick scoring ground, as we can see.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you're right about trying to find that length and sticking to it here, especially. But it's so difficult if you miss it by a fraction. What's been good to see from Ball already in his first 8 deliveries has been that consistency on and around off stump. A couple straight, he got put away for a boundary at the end of his first over, but other than that he's been very consistent and it's asked some questions.
There we go. Just keep it on the off stump. That's the challenge for the bowlers here. You've got to say to the batters, right, yes, it's a quick scoring ground, and the batters actually will feel that pressure for that reason. If you're keeping that ball tight on the off stump, scoring off the stumps here at Radlett shouldn't be easy, and that's the challenge that Somerset need to lay down to these two now. Ball is doing a fine job of. And again, it's almost a championship length here for this one. You don't need to mix it up in the power play as a bowler. Someone like Tom Helm away with 100 at the moment, absolute master of the change-up deliveries. Right now this is very much a Jake Ball or a Toby Rowland Jones surface here at Radlett. Oh, now almost the one that's a little bit wide, brings him the huge reward, an inside edge that could have gone anywhere. That's the end of the power play, or is it? There's one more to come, isn't there? One more left to the over, but yeah.
I just wonder a little bit as well with Joe. You know, he's had that life, but there's also maybe a little bit of frustration. He got off to quite a good start. He's now 19 from 31. He's just been kind of kept a little bit quiet over the last couple of overs.
Oh, that gets through. No, backed up well, and nearly a run out at the end of it all. All action out in the middle to end the power play. 54 without loss.
Yeah, decent power play for Middlesex. Could it have ended with a wicket? We'll have a look and see whether this quick single from Cracknell would have been close as he makes a dive, and oh, it would have been very tight. Maybe just had the bat over the line as the ball crosses the stumps. Oh, that's a tight one.
As tight as a Jamie Overton LBW decision. Craig. Jamie. Get my Overton's right.
Hello to all our Somerset fans out there. Although, of course, Jamie being the sorry man now, but
was listening to that moment on the radio, and oh, it was horrible just hearing the description. But everybody knew at very best it was shaving, and then, yep, it's just shaving. He's out. Horrible moment.
yeah, fine. The finest of margins, the barest of margins, yeah. But, you know, can't have any arguments. Absolute humdinger of a contest. Something's got to decide it.
Now, this could be close. Reckon it would have been umpire's call.
Just have a look at the angle here from Pretorius. You can see it sort of heading towards the leg side. The keeper, though, doesn't move too much, which suggests it might be a little straighter, or at least he knew that it was going to hit the batter. But I do think this is This is good bowling from Pretorius. He's bowled right through the power play. This is into his 6th over now. And he went for a couple of boundaries, but in between he has been reasonably consistent.
Oh, now that popped a little on him. See that front on again?
Yeah, nicely played actually there by Cracknell. I think it did bounce a touch more, but he rode the bounce pretty nicely. Very controlled. You can see that big gap in the leg side, which is just being plugged now for De Carey's. The slip comes out and Green goes into mid-wicket. But that was nicely played by Cracknell. Pick up the single.
You can see both of them playing it with far more respect now, aren't they, De Carey's and Cracknell? Obviously just out of the power play as well. Pretorius has tightened up a bit in the last couple of overs. Good ball to finish from Pretorius. De Carey's has a look at the square leg umpire. Thinking that was overhead height. May have had a point. Definitely had a point. Although he was squat, wasn't he, when the ball went through. But 57 without loss it is after 11. Dean Wilson alongside myself, Kevin Ham, bringing you this one. Live from Radlett in association with Alphabet. That's a lovely scene. Very good crowd in for this one as well here at Radlett. This gives us an idea of the field out of the power play. It's still quite a positive field from Somerset, still with the slip in place. Deep third back. Deep mid-wicket. And long leg. Everybody else up and a slip in place. Ooh, ouch. I think it was Cracknell got done recently in a championship game, was down for a wee while. That was one of the best examples when we were a child of why they told us not to swing across the line. This is what could happen, play straight. That soon convinced us that playing straight was the way.
Yeah, this is good bowling here from Jake Ball. He's been right on the money from his second ball onwards, I'd say. He's found a couple of edges, catches went to ground, but he's kept it there or thereabouts on the off stump and hard to get away. I remember watching Jake playing for England in the sort of mid to late teens, 20 teens, and my overriding memory of him, and this is maybe a sign that he played 4 test matches for England, and
we'll scamper through for the single there.
I remember doing an interview with him just ahead of the opening Ashes contest in Brisbane in 2017, and he was one of the great hopes for them. That one of the tall bowlers. You know, they've long had this idea that tall bowlers, quick bowlers, are the way to go in Australia for that extra bounce.
Bit through the air on that one for Bull.
And I remember doing an interview with him at the Gabba before the game, and he was in his limited edition England swimming shorts. They had released some swimming shorts, and he was modelling them on the pitchside pool at the Gabba, which I must admit looked very inviting before the game started, but rest assured by the end of the game was not somewhere you'd want to spend your time. But he looked the part, perched on the side of this pool in Brisbane, talking about the extra bounce that he would extract and how much of a handful he was going to be. A lovely lad, Jake. Really enjoyed that interview. Sadly, though, he played at the Gabba, and England were beaten by 10 wickets. He picked up 1 for 77, and he didn't play for England again, or didn't play a test, I should say, again. But I'll always remember those glorious swimming shorts on the side of the Gabba pool. I might ask him if he remembers that one a little bit later on.
It's that one through. Sweeper will tidy up. My key question is, were you in the pool with him when you conducted the interview that morning?
I was not in the pool with him.
Wasn't it? Was it the Stanford series? Didn't they have? I'm sure on one of the broadcasts many moons ago. Was it Bumble? Maybe was in a jacuzzi on the side of a pitch somewhere doing an interview or something. Was it a It might be one of the early Blast games.
I think there's been a few interviews near water. But yeah, I have a strict no pool policy. When
is it always written into your contract, Dean? No interviews conducted in pools. Sure, they stuck Bumble in a jacuzzi somewhere once. Yeah, Stanford pool. They had a pool on site, didn't they? Wasn't that in Antigua? They had a big swimming pool next to it. That's why I'm thinking, was it that one? But actually, I'm pretty sure it was a Blast game now.
Yeah, no, that was kind of part of the complex next door to Sticky Wickets, as it was known. Stanford Ground at Coolidge, where actually you've now forced me to remember when we were there for that infamous game in the warm-up match before the England Stanford All-Stars game. There was a Middlesex game, because Middlesex had won. Yeah, you know, I'm not lying. Middlesex had won the T20 Blast. Yeah, one year they were quite good at T20 cricket, thanks to Tyrone Henderson, I think it was, and Andrew Strauss was part of the Middlesex team that travelled to Antigua to play some warm-up games, and for a time dropped what I would consider to be the easiest catch in the history of catches. He then subsequently blamed the low level of the floodlights. That was often an excuse. But until Joe Denley took the mantle in a game at Hamilton, that for me was the easiest catch I've ever seen dropped in a live match.
Ball continuing, just bounce as much as anything. They're squaring up to Carey's.
James Rue obviously making an application for a new low here today. But
well, that match you mentioned, the Middlesex one, there was about 500,000 on that, wasn't there? It was 2020 for 20 million was the main game, wasn't it? But was it Middlesex against Trinidad and Tobago for $500,000, I think? Oh, bumped back over.
just thought I'd have a little search and see if we can find the photo, and here we go. We've got the photo of Jake Ball. He was actually joined by another friend of this parish, David Milan.
Leg side, it'll just be a leg by.
And James Vince. And we can see the trio, the three of them sat in the pool with the Gabba behind them, looking very, very happy about things, obviously before the series had started. Ball injured, got himself injured. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm reminded of. There we go. We can see Jake Ball by the pool now as he comes into bowl.
Edged and taken this time. Ball. There's a slight smile. There's a big smile from Green and from Root. Made it look easy this one, Green.
Yep, and that's why we've been talking about Jake Ball, because he's a high quality performer, and it's the third edge that he's found today, and this time the ball very comfortable height, fingers pointing upwards there for Green, and he holds on to the slip catch, much to the relief of his teammate Rue and the bowler as well. Jake Ball with the breakthrough. He has posed questions throughout his spell. He's got 1 for 9 into his 4th over, and so, you know, in a situation where Middlesex had got off to such a confident looking start, that's what quality can do. He's really helped stem the flow of runs with his control, and he's created chances, and this time his fielder's able to take the opportunity and get the first wicket. So Cracknell makes way for Sam Robson in at 3, and this will be another high quality contest between Ball and Robson.
Yeah, slowed them down, didn't they? Midway through that power play, they were up at 7s, the partnership. Down to 4.6 now, and that Cracknell shot was born out of that somewhat. Getting frustrated. They wanted to feel bat on ball. As I said, the batters, the pressure would get to the batters if you could keep it tight, that they'd feel like on a ground like Radlett you can't come to a standstill. Now, they hadn't done that, but they were dramatically slowed, that's for sure. So it'll be interesting to see how Robson goes about it. As you say, it's a high quality matchup, Ball and Robson. Immediately onto the spot. That's where they've got better, Somerset. They've hugged that off stump, haven't they? Good old-fashioned line and length bowling here on an out ground. Be Robson off the mark with a single to end the over. 64 for 1, but Somerset have their breakthrough.
Yeah, and nothing less than Jake Ball deserved good figures, those 1 for 10 from 4 overs, and he's just managed to find the right line and length on this surface, and he's put a little bit of doubt into the minds of Cracknell, and De Carey's and eventually got his reward.
I was going to mention that looking around the ground, 2 to 3 deep, aren't they? All the way around Radlett for this one. It'll be interesting to see if we can get any sort of official figure. But the punters have responded to the One Day Cup today. They were out in good force again. Lords on Sunday for Middlesex. Sussex Sharks in town for that one. But the squads are of a good enough size that they can accommodate those that are missing. I say that Middlesex side on paper, arguably you'd look at it and say, well, we've got a few injuries and that's it. You know, it's probably 5 or 6, isn't it, that'll be straight back into the side. But even still, that's a pretty decent side. There's nobody there just making up the numbers, and similarly throughout the Somerset side. As we can see with this bowling performance now, they've sharpened it up with the ball and giving Middlesex something to think about.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kev, about the quality of the teams on show. And, you know, obviously with, I think it's 96 English qualified players who have been taken away for the 100. It's going to leave a big hole, of course, but that doesn't take into account the fact that there's sort of over 400 professional players operating in the domestic professional structure. So there's still a lot of really high quality players available for their counties who can, you know, blend in with some up and coming talent as well in the Metro Bank.
Lovely from De Carey's, up on his toes for that one, controlled, just finds in a little bit of room. It's only a single.
And I do think it's important, you know, to note as well for different players at different stages of their careers that there's a lot to play for in terms of not just what they want to achieve themselves, but in terms of maybe looking for some other opportunities if there's a chance in the 100 at a later stage, or even to kind of put their name in the frame for some other cricket around the world during the off season. And the key really for any professional player is to keep playing, is to, you know, if you're a batter, there's nothing beats getting out into the middle and actually playing in a game situation. You can do all the training, all the nets in the world, but get out there in the middle and really show what you're made of.
It's a single for Robson to end the over. 15 gone, 67 for 1 Middlesex have been put in here at Radlett by Somerset. Yeah, it's funny because years gone by, the limited overs competitions, the List A competition, I should say, it was much maligned for a long period, but it's come around now. I think they've got the power plays right, the way that the power plays work. I think it just keeps the innings alive all the way through, doesn't it? 4 back at this stage and 5 back for the last 10. But equally, for the majority of the time that I've been doing this job, if you're going to rest players, you rest them in the List A. So it is almost a case of this competition. It's not too dissimilar to what we've seen time and again over the years with List A cricket, where some of the top players do miss out, save for either the Blast or the Championship. And it is used as the competition to give youngsters a go.
Yeah, I really feel there's a balance to be met. Actually, I think this competition, in many ways, can be ideal for clubs where maybe you've got a player that's had a reasonably heavy workload. Obviously, you've had some county championship cricket, a couple of rounds just been played. So you might have a player, you might have a bowler who's sent down a few overs in these championship matches, who needs a bit of a rest, needs a bit of a break, not involved in the 100. So you've got an opportunity to give them that chance to recharge, but at the same time, you don't just want them not playing any cricket for a month.
Clipped away, beautiful shot. Just over pitch from ball. No mistake from De Carey's.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot there from De Carey's. He's played some shots all around the ground. He's driven well, he's cut and pulled as well, but he's just been kept a little bit quiet by Green and Ball. He was going it over more than a run a ball. He's now 39 from 42 after that boundary, so pacing his innings sensibly here.
Roland Jones, of course, wasn't a one-day cup player for the last couple of years for Middlesex, and I did wonder whether he'd be involved at all in this season's squad, and he is. How many of the games he'll play, Middlesex, with a big September still to come. They need 3 wins from those games, and they need a result to go their way elsewhere if they are to get back to Division 1.
Yeah, it's a tough ask.
We've got home games against Derbyshire to come and Gloucestershire, who they felt they were in a very good position against after the first stay in a bit at Cheltenham before the rain set in. And then a trip to Old Trafford. Lancashire also just about in the hunt as well. They're going to need wins aplenty, including their trip to Glamorgan, having just lost their last championship game to the Welsh county at Old Trafford. Lovely ball to finish the over. 73 for 1. Ball has 1 for 16 from his 5. That Old Trafford game could be Jimmy Anderson's last at Old Trafford, of course. Then his final game, Lancashire's final game of this season, is away at Glamorgan, which Middlesex will be desperately hoping that Lancashire win.
Unless he signs a new 3-year deal.
Indeed, and why not? I wonder what Brody thinks when he sees Jimmy Anderson still running in.
I know what Brody thinks when he sees Jimmy Anderson
What a
running
madman.
in. It's fair to say that he doesn't quite share Jimmy's enthusiasm for charging in at this stage. But, you know, I think when you love something as much as Jimmy Anderson does, then, you know, why stop if you can keep going and you enjoy it. I mean, at the moment he's got the best of both worlds in that he's involved with the international game as a coaching consultant.
Oh, let's come back in.
But he still gets to play himself for Lancashire, and of course he's been snapped up in the 100 as well now, so there's still a little bit of life in the old dog yet. I caught up with Ravi Bopara yesterday talking about this very subject. And if you want to meet someone who loves playing cricket, Ravi Bopara has always been that man, but even he is kind of trying to work out how to wind this epic career down. He feels like he's been playing for about 30 years now. And yeah, he was just telling me that, you know, he obviously still plays in the odd franchise tournament, but he's now really thinking long and hard about the next phase of his career and the opportunities that he's got to do some media work. He was working on the 100 in that capacity last night. And so that's one of the things that these players do have to to figure out. You know, yes, you've got that chance to play, you know, a little bit longer and do the thing that you love, but at some point you've got to make a decision about the rest of your career, because as Ravi said, you know, every year more and more people are retiring, and you know, there aren't opportunities for everyone.
Nice shot from Robson, but just the single. Easing his way into this one, end of the over. Couple of singles off it, 75 for one after 17.
Yeah, terrific consistency from Green, none for 8 off 3 overs. And when you think about the way that this innings began with Cracknell and De Carey's peppering the boundary, I think this has been a really fine response from the Somerset bowlers.
Speaking of fine bowlers, there's one in the middle who refused to give it up, Tim Murtagh. Just loved it so much, didn't he? Couldn't give it up. The away games, the beers in the hotel.
Well, he doesn't have to give those up.
Well, that was the only reason he gave it up, when they said, all right, you can stay on as a coach. Oh, leading edge, all safe. Extra cover in place. It's mid-off. Coming around. That is, again, just another indication where Somerset have really tightened it up here, bowling at the stumps, and it makes it a very different game.
Yeah, they really have put on the brakes on this Middlesex innings here, with first Pretorius, who I thought, you know, did a good job up front, and then Jake Ball has been absolutely magnificent so far.
Oh no, a shake of the head from Rob Bailey. It had a chance, that one. Just drifting down. Very quick shake of the head there from Rob Bailey.
Maybe just with the angle, didn't do enough to straighten. Just continuing on that path, looking like it might have slipped down the leg side, but again, really good stuff from Ball.
Pretty good call from umpire Bailey, we reckon, on that one. Looking pretty sharp in their purple tops.
Do we think these are new? It's a new livery for this season. I maybe cast a bit of doubt on that.
I think Rob Bailey had a bit of input in it. I'm pretty sure I've seen him in that kind of colour in the tavern after play at Lord's.
Well, when I look at that purple livery, I must admit, and I don't know whether I should mention old sponsors or not. But going right back to when NatWest were sponsoring, certainly I remember the NatWest series and the triangular series they used to have, purple was very much the colour that they employed. And then we had Royal London, who did everything in purple. And now we've got the Metro Bank, and there it is again. Don't know if that's a lucky colour for decision makers. Maybe it just is the perfect colour to bring out the white ball as it comes from the bowlers' hands. There's no issue there. In any case, certainly brings out the colour in Rob Bailey's eyes.
So, from a pretty experienced pairing of Green and Bull. Over to Leach. Ogbourne started well. Just a few too many 4 balls at the top from Somerset. We've seen a little bit of movement off the surface of the seamers. What can this man find? Luke Holman and indeed Josh DeCaries, and possibly Sam Robson. Would be interested to know as well. Nathan Fernandez first broke into the Middlesex side as a left-arm spinner in T20s. Too full. Robson able to work the angle for a single.
It'd be good to see if Jack Leach gets a little bit of purchase out there. There's been a hint of movement for the seamers, not a huge amount, but they have bowled with some good control over the last 5 or so overs. It's a good time to introduce Leach, you feel, when they've got this control that, you know, puts the pressure, keeps the pressure on these Middlesex batters.
It's well played by the Careys for a single, because that's the line for Leach, isn't it? Much like the seamers for Leach. It's 2/3 of the way up that off stump and hit me off this.
Yeah, and if it does manage to just grip even a little bit, beat the edge of the bat, the pads will be waiting.
Dab down. Surprise it didn't make it down the hill, but they've taken a couple, and 3 indeed. Plenty of ex-England players in this match today, and plenty of hopefuls as well. Careys has been there or thereabouts, hasn't he, in Lion squads and performance programmes. Local club.
Yeah, he played quite a bit of club cricket here down the years, I think. Lives, or he used to live, I should say, round the corner. Letchmore Heath, I think. Still waiting for the invite from Athers for dinner. Even though I cooked him Christmas dinner in 2021. I'm sure the invitation's in the post.
Is he a barbecue man, Athers, in this weather, or?
He likes eating a barbecue.
Gus Fraser's always a barbecue man. Still haven't forgiven him the time he pitched up with 2 barbecues out the back of this tent for the team and didn't give me one. Not one burger came this way.
We'll pick that up with him at a later date for sure. Change of ends for Green then. Replaces Ball. And again, just keeping the pressure up on Middlesex at the moment, but they haven't lost more than the 1 wicket, so Josh DeCaries anchoring himself in at the moment.
Well, look at that. Down the track he comes to Green and over the top.
Well, that's a way to release the shackles. As we said, the pressure's been building from the Somerset bowlers. They've done a good job at DeCaries taking the positive option down the track, and he times that very sweetly over wide long on, full flow of the bat, and that's a proactive move from DeCaries. He is the in batter, and he's looked pretty solid out there, but just getting bogged down a little bit over the last 5 overs or so. That was a positive way to change the momentum slightly.
And to take a pause as they think about the new ball, a replacement ball. Well, that one's been retrieved. Oh no, it hasn't. They thought they had it. It was the wrong ball. Oh, they have. The poor 12th. Just show it though, Dan. Just show that we're not being idiots. 12th is on and off. He's off again. In the meantime, while all this goes on, there it is.
Well, it wasn't 12, was it? It was Thomas Rue, who is playing. So doubling up there as replacement ball provider. That's the thing about outgrounds. You just got to muck in. Everyone's got to just do 2 or 3 jobs.
It was your job to ring the sandwiches today, Dino. How did that go?
A really impressive knock so far from the carriers. About those sandwiches, yeah, I think
they're in the post.
Well, I think they're with Gus Fraser's burger.
You mean Gus has eaten them?
Sure that we can. I'm sure we can find something at some stage, but at the moment I'm just being filled with the satisfaction of watching this performance by Josh De Carey's 49 not out. And you talk about a young player making his way in the game, of course. There's always going to be a little bit of a tension with the pedigree of his father, in the same way Archie Vaughan for Somerset. But you've got to make your own way yourself, and that's what Josh is doing. And he's had some success across formats for Middlesex. Sometimes as a batter, sometimes as a spin bowler, sometimes as an all-rounder, and so he's sort of been trying to find his role. But the key is when you're given an opportunity to try and make the most of it, and that's what he's doing at the moment.
Solid defence to end the over. Green taken for 6, serving up the wide as well, but tightening up otherwise. 89 for 1 after 20. Somerset winning toss and putting Middlesex in. Said at the top, you know, there was an element of right, well, go on then, you show us what a good score is on this surface. You set the target, we'll see how to go about it. But to some extent, the start that Middlesex had, Somerset have almost showed Middlesex where to bowl on this. Roland Jones, Little, Cornwell, it's a strong attack. Brooks as well, get out there and get that ball onto the off stump and don't let it stray.
Yeah, the changing of length, I think, was what caused them some early problems, Somerset. Especially in that first power play, fielding restrictions. Pitch it too full, get driven. Drop it too short, get cut, get pulled. Just too many 4 balls. Once the quality of ball and then Green, now Leach, just kind of kept the pressure on Middlesex a little bit now.
Oh, so close. for Leach, but it's a 50 for De Carey's. 64 balls, 7 fours and 1 6, and a 4th consecutive 50 in 4 innings. 3 of them in the championship, now 1 in the list A, and it's his first in this format as well, going past his previous best of 43. And now Robson showing off as well. Keep your eyes on the ball.
Yeah, lovely moment there for De Carey's, his first List A 50, and scored on his home ground here at Radlett. Memorable moment for him. There's still plenty of time left in this innings to keep going.
Single toy in the 21st, 96 for 1.
De Carey's has set the platform here for Middlesex. 96 for 1 from 21 overs, so a long way to go in this innings yet. Just get the sense that De Carey's is planning to hang around for quite some time yet.
When that partnership was going well in the power play, the run rate was up at 7, you were thinking 300 was on the card here, and it might still be. They'll need a sizable partnership, but I think a little bit about that 6 from De Carey's off this man Green was Middlesex thinking, where are we going to find the runs at the moment? If you're going to play a high risk shot, are you playing it against Leach or Green? Similarly, for the bowlers to come back. Ball, Pretorius, Vaughan as well. There's no gimme there. Often sides will look for 100 off the back 10 nowadays, won't they? In a list A, get themselves into a position, go at a reasonable rate and go for 100 off the back 10. I think that'll be tricky today. I think it'll also be tricky with 300 potentially. You know, that when they were going well in the power play as a potential target. It'll be tricky to even be up around that 200 mark in 18 overs time. We've seen this run rate slow dramatically.
Yeah, I do think that it's going to require a bit of bravery actually from the Middlesex batters at some stage, as we have a look at the run rate and how quickly they started. A rare short ball there from Green. I think one of the things that you would say is how well Somerset have adapted and learnt where to bowl on this surface. It's going to be up to Middlesex to adapt. They've got plenty of batting to come, and at some stage you feel as though they're going to have to be a little bit more adventurous in trying to push this total onwards. Not overly explosive in the next 10 to 15, but certainly in a way that can give them that chance to go big at the back end.
Four singles off the 22nd. 100 up for Middlesex, 100 for 1 at the end of the over.
A little landmark ticked off there for Middlesex. Maybe often like to think what the conversation Sam Robson and Josh De Carries are having there, and making a decision as to which bowler they're going to attack, who's going to take the lead on the attack, how they're going to go about it. I think those are the sorts of things now they want to be thinking about at the moment. Leach and Green getting into a nice groove. Got to try and work out a way to put some pressure back on the Somerset bowlers.
Yeah, just pondering the way List A has changed. Talking about 100 off the back 10. If you've got plenty of wickets in hand, then you almost go at it like a T10, don't you? And that's where that 100 runs comes from. Or a T20 sides actually go pretty hard from the off with that 6-over power play, don't they? More than half of the first half of the innings. And there might be a very late dash. Final 4 or 5 overs, but yeah, back 10 in a List A if you've got enough wickets in hand. Swept away, fine of the fielder, 4 runs.
Yeah, really good option there from De Carries, down on one knee, sweeping hard all along the ground. Just give Leach something to think about. Very confident looking shot there. De Carries really showing he's got strokes all around the wicket. But that's the sort of thing that the batter's got to think about. How can we put the pressure back on the bowler and just not let him settle and just bowl into a groove?
Could be a long day, Dino.
Well, the beauty of the outground, the greenery, the way it's framed with these hedges and trees, it's a lovely setting to play cricket, but unfortunately when the ball flies into the flora, it can take a while to get it back.
Just as long as it's not flown into my windscreen, I'll be quite happy.
I thought that the sustainable and responsible way to travel to a game would have been taking the train, Kev. Slightly surprised that you've...
Electric car, Dino.
I'm slightly surprised that you've chosen to drive.
Electric car. Carried all the sandwiches in, the cakes. I have to say, the summer holidays is usually July, isn't it? You get in the car on your way, but then you remember now, of course, they put all the roadworks in at this time. How many road closures on the way here this morning?
I mean, there are one or two things that show your age, Kev, but complaining about the roadworks is absolutely one of them. Nice looking sweep again, but got some protection out there. Just the single.
Mercifully few cars on the road this morning, though. Oh, what a ball that is. And gone. He's nicked it. Bales whipped off. Leach went charging through. Not sure whether Leach at first thought he bowled him, but it was indeed an edge, and Leach knew it.
Yeah, tidy bit of bowling this from Jack Leach. Ball, yes, just gripping the surface through to the keeper. And the edge well taken by Root. He put one down earlier off the bowling a ball, but this time as Robson came forward, he took the chance very comfortably. even whipped off the bails for good measure. But Sam Robson gone for 18, 105 for 2, and good reward there for Jack Leach.
Cometh the hour, cometh the captain. Ben Geddes announced as Middlesex captain for this competition, and out to replace Sam Robson. Timely drinks break though coming at the end of the 23rd, 105 for 2. So there's the Manhattan so far. You can see they just started to get it going again, but that wicket will slow things once more. And indeed, as we said, if they could get the runs down, it would put the pressure on the batters to find a way to score, and that was the wicket of Cracknell. That was just a brilliant piece of bowling from Leach, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And the way in which both sides have kind of responded to each other, Leach may be feeling that he'd got a little too full with a couple of deliveries to De Carey's. Was swept powerfully for 4 and then a single, and maybe just dragged his length back just a touch, gave the ball a chance to turn, and it did turn enough, maybe but just half a width of Sam Robson's bat, dragged him forward and found the outside edge. It was a good bit of bowling from the England spinner. And Middlesex, you could just see on that Manhattan from overs 10 to 18, roughly 18, 19, they really were on a bit of a go slow thanks to the quality of Somerset's bowling. And then they just managed to start to pick things up a little bit, trying to build with the set batters. But now they're just going to have to start again. And De Carey's, who 57 not out and is batting quite nicely, he's just got to think about how best to go about things with a new batter in alongside him. Don't want to be losing 2 in 2 and having to start twice. So now he's going to have to make sure that he stays out there, at least for the time being, get Ben Geddes going. So this is good cricket from Somerset at the moment, as the umpire comes to join in.
Comfort break.
Comfort break, yes. Can't start without the umpires.
Ben Debenham. Thought it was going to be the senior statesman who was caught short. Too experienced for that, Rob Bailey. Oh, pressure on the fields. So Ogbourne back. And there we go, we're talking about them going at 7s at the start, as they were, and 7s indeed against Ogbourne.
Yeah, I think it's a really good captaincy, actually, from Somerset, because Ogbourne was a little expensive at the start of the innings, but with the wicket just falling, there's going to be a little bit of circumspection, you'd think, from the new batter.
Oh, that slips out. Now, he had one earlier that was close to a no ball. Just dipped enough by his signals. And thumbs up from umpire Bailey that one had dipped below waist height as well.
Just tucking De Carey's up there. Good angle round the wicket from Ogbourne. De Carey's smiling, even though just trapped him. He's got to be a little bit thoughtful here, De Carey's.
Oh, width. De Carey's didn't have to think twice about that. Served up on a plate by Ogbourne.
Yeah, well put away that. Bit too full again from Ogbourne. This was a feature at the start of the innings. Bit too full, bit of width, allowing De Carey's really to get his hands through that one. And he didn't need to be invited twice. Well put away. And that'll just settle things as this partnership begins.
Just the single, and well, if Middlesex were particularly positive here against Ogbourne, then they'd have to force Root to put his thinking hat on as to who else he'd turn to in this side. A couple of part-time spinners in there. Top ball's finished, 24 done, 12 for 2. Yeah, Geddes is a powerful batter from the off. It'll be really interesting to see how he goes about his first innings as skipper on a surface where you do need to play yourself in. You have to take your time. De Carey's been out there for a while. Looked good from the off, De Carey's, but was slowed up by that better line and length by Somerset. You can see the bobble on the surface here, parched as it is.
Just wondering whether they might not stick with the same field, but they've kept the long on for Geddes, so he does have an opportunity to rotate the strike here if he can take it.
Hits the ball so powerfully.
Yeah, he could have maybe tried to find the gap there. I think that's an easy win for Geddes that Somerset have given him there. Would like to have seen a little bit more pressure on him trying to find that first run.
Just wide of Root. That long on. Again, the slight fumble there. It's a tough outfield. Yeah, Geddes, he goes hard at the ball early in his innings. I think today's a day where he'll have to be careful of that. Single to end the over. We're halfway there in the Middlesex innings. 116 for 2. Average score here at Radlett in 50 over cricket. Given the sheet by Don Shelley this morning, just looking through them now, Middlesex's average score at Lords since 2014 in List A games has been 270. Their average score at Radlett has been 317.
Well, there's a couple of things that you think would go into those numbers. I mean, I certainly think that white ball and one-day scoring at Lords is a lot trickier than people think. It's not a particularly high-scoring white ball ground.
Runs away fine.
And then I would say that, yeah, here at Radlett, I think the dimensions here, the size of the ground, the fast outfield, all those factors combined lead to the high scores that you find. 374 against Warwickshire. Noticeable, that one.
Oh, look at that. And through the keeper. For a couple.
350 against Surrey in 2022. 365 against Notts here in 2023. And then they played to the average. So the average score here has been the same for the last couple of years, because against Northamptonshire they scored 317 exactly. This is a good start to the partnership between De Carys and Geddes, because Geddes has been able to rotate the strike fairly consistently. 6 not out from 10, so they haven't got themselves stuck. They've managed to just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Top ball ends the over. 1, 2, 3 for 2.
But you get the sense that if Middlesex are to threaten that average, again at some stage they're going to have to take a more positive approach, and one suspects that will come sooner rather than later as Geddes feels more and more comfortable out in the middle. Somerset probably quite happy just to have things ticking over at 4.5 and over at the moment.
That's another example of it. It's tricky out there, isn't it? That's why I do wonder that start that Middlesex got actually gave them a very welcome injection in hindsight. I think that's
Too short there from Leach. That's the first one that he's really dropped short in the offside. There's been a couple of late cuts, a couple of late dabs, but Geddes didn't really have to manufacture anything there. That was inviting the cut and well put away. So things just starting to build for Middlesex now.
Yeah, I do think whatever Middlesex post here, they'll feel it's defendable, because it's been a stark change, hasn't there, in this innings as it's gone on. As we say, Somerset have got it right now.
Also, I do wonder as well, as the day and the innings progresses, as that sun continues to bake down on this surface. Actually, whether the surface gets better, whether Somerset, they might have been thinking if there was a bit of moisture there it would dry out a bit more and be better to bat on, or whether actually as it dries maybe it gets a little tougher, gets a little stickier, you know, maybe the ball grips a little more and actually it becomes harder to score on.
Yeah, agreed. I think one way or another we're going to have a pretty fascinating chase on our hands here, no matter what it is. 128 for 2.
Just looking at the scores, we talked about the average score for Middlesex on this ground. I'm just trying to understand these numbers, because this is suggesting that Middlesex have batted first throughout.
Sweet. One bounce. It is. Really frees up the arms for the first time.
End of the 28th over, 134 for 2. Geddes has made a positive start, already up to 16 not out. And De Carey's 67. Jack Leach just bowling away that one short ball put away last over, but he's been fairly consistent. They haven't really found a way to knock him off his line or length just yet.
Nicely done by De Carey's. A little bit fuller, a little bit straighter.
And that's a way to do it. A second sweep for 4 from De Carey's against Leach. couple of overs apart. But that's the sort of response that Middlesex have to come up with, a sort of plan to try and force Jack Leach to do something different.
Here we go again. I feel like I need to go and move my car. There was talk about getting a fence put up around there. We're back in business. Umpire has a quick check of the ball. Umpire Debenham. Oh, now that's close and gone. Reverse. De Carey's, well, he's saying he hit it. He needs to be careful as he makes his way off. Saying he got a little touch on it. Umpire Debenham. De Carey's have a slight word on the way past.
Yeah, I think he thinks that he got a bit of glove on this, as the ball has straightened enough in the eyes of the umpire. I mean, the line and the angle looked like it was heading down the leg side, but of course Jack Leach, and that's why De Carey's thinks that he got a bit of glove on it, because that's all he got on it. And you can understand his disappointment, because the replay shows that it might have been a pad sound, but that's only because the pads and the gloves have very similar constitutions. Now the umpires are at a chat. Umpire Debenham maybe just warned De Carey's about his frustrations there. De Carey's very clearly apologised and, you know, made it clear that he wasn't trying to show dissent. However, I'm not sure what most of us would have done in the case where the ball has thudded into our gloves, and only thudded into our gloves in front of the pads. But you've been given out LBW now. Unfortunately for De Carey's, there is no DRS and he has to go. But also, I think, unfortunately for the umpire, when he sees a replay of that after the game, I think he'll understand why De Carey's is so disappointed.
Jack Davies, a new batter, he's off the mark straight away. Yeah, you've got to feel for Josh De Carey's there. Really looks good, and he's looked well measured in his innings as well, hasn't he? There wasn't a great deal of alarm at any stage. a drive. Gets through for Geddes. That'll have to change his approach now for a little while as well. He becomes central to this innings. You fancy the skipper?
Oh, hugely important now. He's played himself in. He's looked good without really exploding just yet. But it'll be interesting to see whether there is any fallout from that dismissal of Josh de Carey's.
Top ball to end the 29th, 141 for 3.
So as the son of a former England captain departs the middle, another son of another former England captain takes centre stage. Archie Vaughan going to come on for his first bowl of the game. Off spin, round the wicket to the left-handed Davies.
Oh, that just has a little bit of bounce in it. Again, good captaincy from Rue, getting Vaughan in at this stage.
Yeah, I think when you're making these changes and trying to find those extra overs, you want to give the bowler the best opportunity to have success. And coming on immediately after a wicket, Archie Vaughan has got a chance here. Middlesex, who are just chugging along nicely, just got to rebuild slightly here.
Single 20 over, 3 off. A good start from Vaughan. 144 for 3.
30 overs gone then. The Middlesex innings, 144 for 3. The old adage used to be W score after 30. I think that's going to take some doing. They're going to need a fair wind, I think, from this point on what has turned out to be a bit of a tricky innings, I should say. I think the way that it's evolved. Somerset have got a real grip on things at the moment.
It's away. Finer, I think, than Davies intended.
little bit edgy on that one, but ball runs away across this parched outfield.
We're talking about 100 off the back 10 is the way that a lot of teams like to go about it nowadays. Or like to target anyway. If this partnership could get Middlesex to the 40th over, then you'd fancy that they're there or thereabouts, 200 on the board. Score of 317.
That certainly feels a stiff challenge from here. The key to those explosive finishes, of course, is to have wickets in hand to be able to take advantage.
Well run. Davies keeps the strike. Middlesex 151 for 3. Yeah, batting lineup take a little longer than usual. No Zafar Gohar. Ryan Higgins, of course, in the all-rounder role. Tom Helm.
I was watching Ryan Higgins play last night on his on his home ground.
How'd he get on?
Wasn't the greatest evening for the London Spirit, I'll be honest.
Was it 80 all out?
Yeah, it was tough start. I think the headline from that game was Rashid Khan is a good bowler. Really enjoyed the women's game beforehand, though. There was a bit of a subplot between Grace Harris and Meg Lanning.
Nicely struck, just a single.
Meg Lanning, having played for the London Spirit, was not retained, and Grace Harris came in. Meg Lanning then found herself at the Oval Invincibles, and they were the star turns last night. 2 fabulous innings from the pair of them. And in the end, it was Grace Harris who ended up on the right side of the result. And London Spirit women got off to a winning start.
A nice looking shot from Geddes, sweetly struck and all along the floor.
Yeah, really good shot there from Ben Geddes. So a couple of 7s from the last 2 overs. Some singles and then the boundary. And if Middlesex can keep stringing overs together like this, then they will get somewhere towards that really competitive sort of total. But they need a fair few more overs just like that one.
Speaking of the Oval, sorry, you're in action at Guildford. Tied together somehow. 136 for 6 they are against Leicestershire Foxes. And been put into bat.
Talked about the quality of players available in this tournament, and I think Surrey's is a kind of case in point. They've lost a lot of players to the 100, as you'd expect from such a successful side, but they still have the likes of Rory Burns, Ben Folkes, Ryan Patel captain, Cameron Steele. That's some real quality in that side, alongside some of the youngsters that are coming through. And so, you know, when you have a look at Leicestershire, Peter Hanscom, Shan Masood, Sol Budinger, I mean, that's some real quality as well. So this competition is a lot of high quality cricketers on show. We're watching a few of them now. Jack Leach played plenty of international cricket and he's doing a good job here. Might have been a little fortuitous with one of his 2 wickets, but he's doing a good job for his team.
33 bowled, 162 for 3. Yeah, that's Surrey innings. 137 for 6 now. Sykes 50, Patel 53, Burns made 3, Thomas 6, Folkes 5. Steele got a first ball up, former Middlesex man. Blake on 15, Taylor with him, and 2 for Holland, 3 for Green. Alex Green, Chris Wright, former Middlesex man in that Leicestershire side as well.
Jake Ball coming back into the attack, and he was the man who really did more than most to put the brakes on the Middlesex innings. Look at those figures. 1 for 17 from 6. High class. You get the sense that Ben Geddes, as captain, understands the importance of his wicket and the role that he's got to play in the rest of this Middlesex innings.
Oh wow. Talks about picking up the bowlers off a length, mid on up. Geddes decides he's going over the top.
Yeah, strong shot there from Geddes. He's not going to let Jake Ball just bowl at him. He's just picked that one off just back of a length, but could get enough elevation up and over the mid-on. He's got the power and the strength to send it away to the boundary.
Overthrows. Oh, and backed up. Sorry, it was a misthrow.
Didn't he throw it into his teammate? Didn't he throw it into his teammate's back? He picked it up and threw it.
Oh, I thought it had got, I have to admit, I looked away and looked back at the screen. I thought it was an overthrow. Well, it was an overthrow of sorts.
I thought he threw it into his teammate. I mean, he nearly did, but yeah, not quite where he intended.
Now, Geddes is coming to the party, and this could change things quickly for Middlesex. The run rate climbs above 5.
Yeah, lovely looking shot there from Geddes. Just helped it on its way. It was already angled going towards the leg side, and really he's just helped it on its way. too short from ball. And Geddes just a pick-up shot there, really. The size of this ground really does provide opportunities for someone with the strength and the power of Ben Geddes. So now something for Jake Ball to think about. His figures are changing here.
Well, we're talking about who they might target. It's a bold move to take on one of the main men. Geddes backing himself.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus there. That's 6. I think he took a really positive approach earlier in the over to get over mid on. That one there, I think, was almost asking to be hit, really. Short ball really not doing any favours for Ball there.
$13 off the over. 175 for 3.
Yeah, straight away that makes a big difference to the complexion of things now. Middlesex starting to motor.
A run of ball here has them at that 275 mark. Whether they can just find that extra injection. As you say, the wickets column will be so crucial to that. This man's taken a pretty good one today. One that gripped and turned and took the edge of Robson. Had it not have taken the edge of Robson's bat, it would have bowled him. It was a beautiful delivery. Pretty much on that length and line, just a little fuller on this occasion. And Geddes drops the single. Oh, now cries catch. Geddes gives himself room, but only chips it down the throat of long off. Now Middlesex skipper has to go. Looking to continue to accelerate. Pretorius, the man underneath it.
Well, Geddes had been backing himself to take a bit more of a proactive approach here. He took the attack to Jake Ball with great success the previous over, but this time, as he tried to take on Jack Leach, he holds his head back because he knows he didn't quite get enough of it. Too much elevation, not enough distance, and he's got to go 40 from 38 deliveries, and a really big wicket you feel for Somerset there. 177 for 4, and the captain, Ben Geddes, is back in the pavilion. Brings Luke Holman out to the middle. But each time that Middlesex feel like they're building a partnership, that they're starting to get moving, Somerset come up with a wicket. And that really has been the story of this innings. That every time Middlesex threatened to get away, Somerset just pull them back in.
So Luke Holman have been very close to 100 call-up with his performances this season, bat and ball. But he's got a danger man to face with the ball in hand at the moment. End of the over. Geddes is gone. And Middlesex 177 for 4. So a story of starts for Middlesex so far. Carries was pretty unlucky, as we saw. Glove and no bat involved in his LBW. Is holding out. Still Fernandez to come in at 7, which is quite low down for the youngster who was an opener for a wee while. And then Roland Jones to give it some tap. Similarly, Brooks and Cornwell. Still needs another 50 from someone somewhere for Middlesex are to get up towards 300.
I think the frustration, you could see it on Geddes' face when he got out, just how annoyed he was. Not only does the wicket obviously have that impact on losing someone of his power and his quality, but having taken 13 off the previous ball over, Jake Ball now has got a completely different mindset bowling to these new batters. Geddes had given Ball something to think about. He'd have had to be worrying about his length and trying to defend on this small ground. But instead now he's completely changed his mindset. He can go on the attack because he's got a new batter to bowl at.
A pretty straight line. Clipped for the single. Clipped something, but not the bat. Talks all the way through, including just before Geddes fell there about Middlesex perhaps getting up and over 300, but 179 for 4 it is after 36. Got a bit of work to do if they are to find that kind of acceleration off the final 14 overs. Suggest Holman and Roland Jones are the most likely to really open up and start sending the ball to all parts. But it feels as though that time's going to have to wait a bit. Tick it along at this 5 and over still for a while and then see where they can go at the last. So Archie Vaughan's back, none for 10 off his 2 so far. Just finding a few overs from somewhere. Ogbourne was expensive to begin with, going at 7s. Still got Pretorius to come back as well. We've got 4 overs left of power play 2. Power play 3, 5 allowed back on the boundary rope, just 4 at the moment. Scamper through.
Tidy stuff so far from Vaughan. Can he? Just wants to get out of this over now without the boundary. Went for 7 off his previous over from the other end. Can he finish this one off?
Single it is, so 4 singles off the over, 37 done. Middlesex put in here by Somerset at Radlett, they're 180. 3 for 4.
Yeah, we can see that the pitch is pretty much central. Just maybe a slightly bigger boundary for Archie Vaughan to work with on the leg side with the 2 left-handers. You'd think that with Jack Davies and Luke Holman, the slog sweep might be an option against Vaughan. Against the spin though.
Bounce was a big talking point early in the innings, wasn't it? Pretorius getting him on. Just to find a little bit of lift there on Holman. He's ridden the bounce extremely well.
Yeah, early on we did say that the short ball wasn't providing much value for the bowlers. Got put away fairly consistently by Joe Cracknell, Josh De Cares, but reward there for Pretorius.
Oh, a little dabble.
And it's done what he wanted it to, just pushing Holman onto the back foot, just making him a little circumspect in then coming forward and almost gets the outside edge, so you can kind of see the plan that Pretorius is working towards, and it's working so far.
Steered for a single by Holman.
Fielded by Root, thrown into Root. Just 2 from the over so far. Can Pretorius finish off? Run rate back under 5.
Straight to point. Top ball's finished, just a couple of singles. No charge for Middlesex at the end of power play 2, that wickets column. And 2 relatively new batters at the crease worrying them. 185 for 4. It's pretty much mainly put back for the final 5, 6, 7 now, I'd say, for Middlesex. These 2 try and get in, and one of them be in a position to really launch Roland Jones, as we said, to come. Fernandez can certainly bat.
Yeah, 12 overs to go. There's clearly a few different ways that you can approach this. Clearly, it's not a pitch that's now allowing free flowing strokes, as the ball is a bit softer.
Get back for 2, good running. Back square leg, managing to get a hand to it, prevent. And he thought of a boundary, deep square coming around. The first sign of real aggression from Holman.
Yeah, nicely bowled there from Vaughan. We did mention that the slog sweep would be a reasonable option here for Holman.
Three dot balls to finish the over, 189 for 4.
Yeah, another good over there from Archie Vaughan. Middlesex, because of the way that they've lost wickets and had to start and build again, it does very much feels like a very stop-start kind of innings. And now with 11 overs to go, 189 for 4, they're going to have to make a decision as to when they're going to go on the attack, how long they're going to leave it before they really start throwing the bat. As Pretorius starts another over. I do wonder whether Middlesex have got a target in mind, whether they've sort of calculated on this surface that what might be a, what they don't want to do is give themselves too small a target. But if you set your sights too low and you don't take the risk, and you might miss out on what could potentially be a match-winning score. It's all about the calculations and then having the confidence to back it up with your own ability.
Oh, the slide just gets away from Leach there. They'll get back for a couple. 91 for 4. Apologies for a brief disruption there in the stream. Just a glitch, I think. But if you did miss a fair period, then you haven't missed much. The rebuild for Middlesex before a final launch at this Somerset attack. Oh, and balls like that. That's what's been slowing them down.
Pretorius has been pretty good throughout this innings. He opened up even as the openers were peppering the boundaries. He actually started the slow period. It was Ogborn who took a fair amount of punishment, but first Pretorius and then followed up with Jake Ball. They're the ones who put the brakes on. And he's doing a good job here. Archie Vaughan bowled 4 overs. I just wonder whether, with 10 overs to go, might this be the moment at the start of the third power play? You have 5 fielders out. Whether this is the time for Holman and Davies to put their foot on the accelerator, or maybe they'll just be happy to accumulate for a little bit longer. 191 for 4.
There's the reverse. Wondered how long it'd take for Holman. It's clattered into that board.
Yeah, it's a terrific shot. Reversing, using the spin, going with the spin. And got 2 fielders in the ring on the offside, which became the leg side. So no protection behind square where Holman hit the ball. So good use of the reverse sweep. Somerset with just the 4 fielders on the ropes. They can have another one out if they so choose. Yeah, we can see while we're waiting for the ball to be regathered. This is one of the occupational hazards of the outground. We've had to wait a little while for balls to be found, but it might prompt a change in the field from James Root. We'll see in a moment.
A quick look at that Surrey score at Guildford. 2 pretty decent options either side of yeah, that match at Guildford was just checking that wasn't RFX mic there. Pretorius was whispering into. Surrey, real trouble. 1-6-8 for 8 after 41 overs. Blake still there on 25. Majid is with him on 14. 3 for Holland, 4 for Green. Leicestershire looking good at Guildford. Replacement ball.
So they've decided to keep the field the same. They've got 2 on the ring, short third man point cover, and then deep cover and a deep long off.
Picks that one up. And over the top it goes as well. Sweet shot from Davies, his first 6.
Yeah, the slog sweep there from Jack Davies. That's the option. If the ball was in your arc, down on one knee and sent that one high and handsomely over the deep mid-wicket boundary. 202 for 4 now. And we wondered when the accelerator would be pressed. And 11 from this Vaughan over so far. Still 2 balls to come. And Luke Holman and Jack Davies starting to shift the momentum here in this innings, trying to get this final power play off to the perfect start.
Oh, goes again. Hasn't got any of it. That saves him.
Davies going for the slog sweep again, but beaten by the spin. So 13 from that Vaughan over, the start of the final power play. 9 overs to go, 204 for 4.
100 off the last 10. That wickets column very much against Middlesex to do that, but they still fancy 280 from here.
Yeah, well, if you pick up a few more overs of that nature, then absolutely that would be on the cards. But Ben Green's bowled very nicely so far. It's almost as though this pitch has actually been ideal for Green. At medium pace, wicket to wicket. He bowled a very tidy line and length early on. Just 19 from his 5 overs so far. What can he do here? The back end of this innings.
Now that might just get through. Fingertips takes the pace off it. Back for a couple. Right into the corner. As it's retrieved by ball, allows them to get 3.
I've had to change the ball because of I'm getting lost in the hedge. But from the sound there, I've certainly not got a harder one.
Oh, back of the hand from Green.
And yeah, you just fancy a bit of pace off here from Green. Mixture of cutters and slower balls mixed in. Keep the batter guessing. Force the batter to put the pace on the ball. Try and create opportunity that way.
Pace off the ball before. Davies stepping across. Thinking the next one might be pace on.
Yeah, I think that was a really good option there from Davies. I think what he was trying to do, flick it very fine, was on the cards. He just didn't manage to execute, but I like the idea. And prompts a field change. Green wants his fine leg that much finer.
Then goes to the bumper. How much has he got of that? All of it. Perfectly timed.
Well, isn't that always the way? And that's why batters try and manufacture ramps and flicks and scoops, because they're trying to move the field, shift the fielders, and Green moved his fine leg much finer, bowled the short ball, and Davies hooked it squarer where the fielder was. Really clever batting there from Davies, who's up to 38 now. Good little innings this from him. And just shifting the momentum ever so slightly. 13 from the previous over. 10 already from this.
Good from Green. Slow ball bumper. Holman looking for the uppercut. 42 gone, 2:14 for 4 Middlesex. Just have to be a little careful here when they Somerset. This partnership does get going, and that 300 will come into side again. Look at the ball for the umpires. Chat for Rue and Green.
I think they've found the. No, there's different. Yeah, no, yeah.
Different balls used, of course, at either end, but when one does go from one end, you can't just grab the other one from the other end. It's got to be changed up, hasn't it? Probably pretty worth us noting that, which we haven't, if we've actually got a original ball that they started with at either end. Well, they both change from the same end.
I think one's still the same, but it would be the one from, yeah, that one that Rob Bailey's got, I think.
Yeah, leg by. Two big fellas, Pretorius and Holman. Yes, that's all right. Let's think about it. Tucking him up, but from around the wicket it's always going down. Leg by signal by the umpire. This is where the change-ups really come into play, isn't it? Talked about at the start of the innings, just hitting a good line and length. Top of off stump. Now he's almost gone down on one knee to try and hit that over. He does get it over. Welcome boundary.
Yeah, almost a chance for Tom Root. Just over him. You would have thought there might have been a little chance, but in the end, runs away for 4. Welcome boundary.
And goes again. Up and over. Likely to pitch and go, and it does. Oh, collapse into the boards there. For Root. He's all right. Picks himself up. Not quite a 6.
4s rather than 6s. Yeah, good shot there from Davies. He's motoring.
Flicks that one fine. It's 47 now, Davies. On his return to the side. Gloves were handed over to Cracknell, but he is certainly a fine batter, which is what he's playing as today.
Yeah, this is turning into quite the innings from Davies. Still plenty of time to add.
One hand off from Holman. And a single to end the overs. He'll keep the strike. 227 for 4. 7 to go.
"13 runs from the over. So a good little start to the final power play. "37 runs from the last 3 overs. A 50 partnership up between Davies and Holman. So doing a good job here for Middlesex. 7 overs left in this innings. And that target, that aim for 300 is still there. With a fair wind, they've started these last 10 pretty well so far.
Edged slow ball though, short of the short third. Leg side. Pulls that hard. Oh, goodness me. What is that hit? You heard the crunch.
Powerfully struck from Holman. Very flat, almost six. Bounces just inside the rope, flicks the boundary board and flies away into the car park. Powerful shot there from Holman. He's up to 20.
Davies. He's given that absolute thwack. That's 50 up for Davies, 51. His inside out really gave that some. Slower ball, pace off, so he really had to put the bat through it. 47 balls for Davies to bring up his 50. 4 fours, 2 sixes. And a very healthy strike rate in the hour he's had out in the middle.
Yeah, good knock this from Jack Davies. Just what Middlesex needed after losing captain Ben Geddes for 40 and Josh DeCary's before him. Definitely needed someone else to step up and make a score. That's what Jack Davies has done. 51 not out.
Change bowling from the pavilion end.
With 6 overs left in this innings, Middlesex now into the territory of being able to really explode in these final stages of the innings. 2 set batters, 238 for 4. That average score here at Radlett of 317. Well, that might be a little ambitious, but they could certainly get somewhere near it.
Yeah, highest score here, 374 against Warwickshire in 2022. 351 the game before against Surrey. Drags on. It's the end of Holman. 21 from 29. Ball just puts it up there outside the off stump, and the inside edge classes into the stumps.
Yeah, the cross batted shot there not really working for Holman. Gets the bottom edge and just maybe the softness of the ball not getting up quite as much as he expected. Maybe not quite on the shot in time, but good partnership between Holman and Davies. They've got Middlesex into a position from which they can really attack, and Holman's played his part. Gone for 21. Bring Nathan Fernandez to the middle. 238 for 5.
Yeah, Fernandez, who was the first Middlesex player to score a first-class debut century for the county in his first-class game. Wantage Road last year, lost his place in the side at the moment though, so a chance back into the team here for Fernandez in the 50 over competition. Very much a stroke player, but chance here to show something a little bit more. Oh, runs that away. Single taken first ball.
All about rotating the strike for Fernandez when he first comes in. Just give himself chance to get used to the pace of the pitch, the light, the conditions, and just give the strike to Jack Davies and let him continue this impressive knock. And then Fernandez can add some muscle to the wheel in due course, but for now it's all about Jack Davies.
Going down. The leg by.
Jake Ball appealing to the umpire, and then appealing to the rest of his teammates. Sadly for him, no one able to give him the answer that he wanted.
Pace off. Fernandez just checks the drive.
So Jake Ball very much concerned about the swing away to the leg side. All four players on the single on the offside.
Oh, follows him. As Davies gives himself room, he's managed to scoop the low full toss away for a couple.
Ball is fairly confident that Davies is not a man to open up the offside. He's got a short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover in the ring.
Slaps over the top. Rue comes around. It's going to be just fine and wide of him, so he's just got to be wary not to allow the ball to skip through to the ropes. They have a couple more. Middlesex end of the 45th. They're 2, 4, 5 for 5. Fernandez to have strike. With Roland Jones to come, Brooks can also hit it a long way. Cornwell, we certainly know can. Green knows he can hit it a long way. Cornwell thumping Green out of Lord's over the top of the grandstand in the T20 last year. It was an extraordinary shot. We have Green versus Cornwell again before the day's done. Yeah, Fernandez impressed greatly in his early innings. He's got a lot of poise at the crease.
54 runs been scored so far from these last 10 overs, so first 5. So that wish for 100 off the last 10 still very much on for Middlesex, despite losing that wicket of Holman. But you get the sense that it really does depend on Jack Davies if they are going to end up somewhere near that 300 mark. Big final 5 overs these.
Looking for 2. And just about back. It's tight.
Yeah, good pick up and throw there. just in.
Oh, now did that slip out? Either way, Davies has done incredibly well to reach it. Even better to guide it as he did. 4 more.
Yeah, that's not where Green intended. Full toss, sliced away. Nicely played by Jack Davies.
Goes down the ground, one hand comes off. He hasn't got all of it. In fact, he's clossed it. It saves him. Over to Fernandez. We're almost in free hit stage at the end of an over now, aren't we, for someone like Fernandez?
This really is an opportunity for Fernandez just to try and gather a boundary if he can.
Pulls it hard. Finds the fielder though, just a single. The attempt was there. 4 to go. 2:54 for 5.
63 from the last 6 overs. So Middlesex heading towards what they will feel as a very defendable target. But Somerset, they know if they could get the wicket of Jack Davies, that could really put a spanner in the works.
Just a single. That'll do it. Gets Davies onto strike.
Davies knows that the ball doesn't want to give him any width outside the off stump. He's got no protection on the offside boundary apart from long off. What can Davies do here?
Oh, goes for that little, almost trademark paddle of his now. One of those for 6 famously in that victory at the Oval last year. Where's that struck? Nowhere nice, but fortunately not the worst place of all for Davies. Pace off. I think Davies saw it early enough, but he couldn't execute. Long on takes the catch. It's the end of a brilliant innings from Davies. 64 from 56 on his return to the side. It's a crucial, crucial knock.
Yeah, good knock there from Jack Davies. Just what this team needed. And you'd have to say some clever bowling from Jake Bowl. Just took the pace off there. And Davies had to put all the pace onto it. Couldn't quite clear long on. And a good low catch there in the end by Vaughan. But an appreciative round of applause for Jack Davies as he makes his way off here at Radlett. 64 from 56. When he makes way for previous Middlesex captain, not captain here of course, but he's hoping to bring his experience with the bat to bear. He can certainly strike a cricket ball with some ferocity, can Roland Jones. He's got one ball left from this final Jake ball over. He's got 3 for 42 ball. He might have had a 5 foot had every chance he created been taken, but 3 for 42 with just one delivery left to come for him. Good day at the office for Jake Ball.
Single. Let's get Roland Jones off the mark. He'll keep the strike as well to 58 for 6, 3 overs to go here at Radlett on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet.
3
for 43 confirmed. Ball's 10 overs.
And when you consider that one of his overs went for 13, that really is a decent effort from former Nottinghamshire bowler.
In 319 for these stats. The lowest offended total since 2018. It's 313 against Kent, who were bowled out for 243. Oh, run away fine by Fernandez.
Lovely touch there from Fernandez. Really smart cricket. I think that Green saw him advancing and he just manages to take it, whip it away from the front of middle stump. High risk, but huge reward. And give him the credit there that that's exactly what he meant to do.
He's got it through, has he? No, a slide and a stop. Leach in there. Now this could be fun. Green versus Roland Jones. Slow ball Yorker, it's a low full toss. Pick up a single. I know that both Brooks and Cornwell can hit it a long way. I think these two will be keen to try and get this up towards that 300 mark. in the air, but over the top. Tracking route. Got back for a couple. Again, end of the over. I think Fernandez, even as a recognised batter at this stage, with Roland Jones at one end and the batter still to come, he's got a little bit of freedom here, last ball of the over, to go after it. Slow ball again, low full toss. Not much you can do with it if the bowler gets it right. Single to end the over. Fernandez keeps the strike to 68 for 6.
10 from the over. So another good one for Middlesex. But with 2 overs to go, 268 for 6. You think that they certainly want something in the 280s. Maybe even a 290 if they really have a bumper final 12 deliveries. Bit of cat and mouse between bowler and batters. But they have scored 77 from the last 8 overs. So can they have a bumper final too?
Follows in with that one, just a single. Over to Roland Jones again.
So they need to bring one more person into the ring here. They need 4 fielders in the ring, which they now have on the offside.
Oh, that's good. From Pretorius.
It's really good use of the bumper there. Roland Jones chose not to have a swing. And suspects he will do this ball.
Now, there it goes. One bounce, just short. Well done, that man. Can we get him over by where my car's parked? Oh, he spilled it, but at least he stopped it.
I think he just wanted to pat it back into the arena. Maybe not.
Down the ground this time from Roland Jones. On bounce. Oh, yes, that's well stopped. Vaughan gets fingertips to it.
Yeah, really good bit of fielding there just in front of us by Vaughan and Roux together. What you may or may not have heard is Thomas Roux encouraging Vaughan as he ran round. Vaughan patted it back. Roux did the rest. Good bit of teamwork.
Crunch through the covers. But it is Vaughan getting around again. Just the single. Roland Jones hangs his head backwards.
Yeah, 2 strikes there from Roland Jones. I think he would have felt that at least one of them might have made it to the rope, but good fielding from Archie Vaughan on both occasions.
Well, it all went wrong there. Toe end of the bat from Fernandez, a slip from Pretorius, but a single to finish the over. 277 for 6. 1 to go. Where can Middlesex go with it?
Yeah, 6 balls left. Good bit of bowling from Pretorius. He bowls the tough overs in the first power play, and then right at the death with a couple in the middle. That's what you want from your senior bowler. He's done a good job for his team. 10 overs for 51. Good shift from Miguel Pretorius. Now the final over of the innings is going to be Ben Green, and Middlesex hoping for something special.
And there is something special to start from Fernandez. One of the biggest hits of the day so far.
Yeah, mighty blow there from Nathan Fernandez. Almost a slog through. You've got that front pad out the way, swung through the arc. If you want to be particularly brutal about it, it was right in the slot for Fernandez to swing through. But I don't think it really matters where Ben Green puts it. That's the sort of shot we're going to see.
Pace off on that one, and they'll look for two here. Long off charging in, should hold them to a single. No, back they come, well done.
Yeah, well run there from Fernandez and Roland Jones.
Mainly the latter.
Well, he doesn't have his arm in a sling, so that helps.
Oh, good slow ball again.
Yeah, really well bowled there from Green, committed to the slower ball. Fernandez threw the shot far too quickly. Dot ball very handy at this stage. 3 balls left in the innings. 285 for 6.
Carved away, just out of reach. At cover. Oh, it's going to be a tight squeeze now. Well stopped. Slip and a slide from Leach. They've run 3.
I thought the catch was very much on there at cover. Managed to just evade the jump. That's how close he gets to it as he pedals back. Oh, it might have just flicked the fingertips. Stops and saves the boundary though. 1 run saved.
And now Roland Jones. But can't get all of it. Deep mid-wicket underneath it. Middlesex lose their 7th wicket with 1 ball to go of the innings.
Yeah, Roland Jones there looking to find a maximum, but he can't beat Jack Leach out at deep mid-wicket. He steadies himself, takes a very simple catch. And again, I think that's clever bowling from Ben Green. He dug it into the surface, took the pace off. And Roland Jones had to try and put all the pace on it himself. He has to go. And with just 1 ball left in the innings, Henry Brooks has got a pretty straightforward instruction. I think it starts with swing hard. Fernandez is going to get running and see if they can get into the 290s.
Here's Green, last ball of the innings. And carved down the ground by Brooks. Clears that front foot, slaps the long on. They'll try and go back for the second. And no, they don't in the end. It probably wasn't there. Whether it was worth the risk, I think Brooks is thinking, why have you not come back for the second? But I think Fernandez identified early it was a clean piece of fielding. So Fernandez 27 from 17, Brooks 1 from 1, 2, 8, 9 for 7. And Middlesex will have to defend the lowest total, certainly in the last 16 games here at Radlett since 2018, if they're to win this one. Do join Dean Wilson and myself, Kevin Hand, back on the stream in just under 30 minutes with a target set at 290 for Somerset to win.
Returning to the middle, umpires Ben Debenham and Rob Bailey. Your match referee is Mike Smith. Your scorers Kevin Mitchell and Don Shea.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Radlett for the chase in the first one-day cup fixture of the season for these two counties. Middlesex put in by Somerset, posting 289 for 7. Nathan Fernandez front and centre there, not out with 27, as you can see at the bottom as well. Excellent knock from Josh de Carey's. He was pretty unlucky. Oh, he's very unlucky with his LBW. It didn't hit his pads, but mistakes, of course, can be made. So 290 the target for Somerset. How big a mistake was that power play where Middlesex got away in the early stages? Will they be able to do the same against Noah Cornwell and co? Let's cap off for the youngster first, Lammonby. And Vaughan out in the middle to open up for Somerset. Possibly suggest that Middlesex have a slightly stronger hand in their bowling ranks for this game. Squad's depleted, of course, from some of the top names. Tom Helm, the star white ball bowler for Middlesex, as a seamer. But here's Noah Cornwell, who's had a very good few weeks for Middlesex. Didn't get his chance with the bat, but it's a very important power play coming up here, you fancy. 290 at Radlett is perhaps slightly low. 313 the lowest defended score here.
Yeah, and you just feel as though that first power play can be hugely important. 2 new balls, and batters trying to use the pace. It's going to be a chance for them to get out of the traps, but Middlesex, if they can capture early wickets, they can really put the skids on things.
Wide Yorker first up. 2 slips in place. Power play first 10 overs, so 2 fielders back outside of the circle, which are long leg to the left of shot there, deep point out of shot. A little bit of shape away on that one as well. Lammonby watchful to begin.
Noah Cornwell, left arm, quick bowler, good height, nice bit of shape already. I know the club are very excited about his prospects and his future. Real chance for him to show what he's got here.
Goes block hole with that one, and there's the first runs. Just a little flick off the toes and a boundary for Lammonby.
Yeah, nicely played there by Lammonby. Just flicked away into the leg side and beats the infield, runs away for 4. And that's what happens with the hard new ball. Definitely where Somerset want to cash in nice and early.
More movement for Cornwell. Look at that go off the surface. Good bounce as well for Cornwell. That's what we talked about in the terms of the start. Can Middlesex get a couple of early wickets and slow the power play? If they do, then we saw how difficult it was at Middlesex for Middlesex to go at much over 5s, if at all, after the power play. It'll be wides. Started wide and went wide up.
Bit of movement there off the surface. What we saw when the ball's at its hardest, the seam at its proudest.
And that's edged. Out of reach, a backward point. Subfielder on down at deep third. Oh, in fact, no apologies, it was Josh Little. So the old skipper, Toby Rowland-Jones, back in the ranks. Mark Stoneman was the one-day cup captain last year. Rowland-Jones was rested for this competition. It was a big September.
Toby Rowland ones, isn't it?
It's a nice start for Lambie against Rowland-Jones. Good from Brooks, though. Deny him the boundary. Yeah, he's Roland John at the bottom of the screen and Roland Wands at the... He's lost his J.
Hopefully that's not the source of his power. Or is it Roland Onez? Yeah. The Spanish?
It's Portuguese, yeah.
Portuguese.
Eased away for a single. On the ones and twos, right, Toby? And that's better.
Terrific bit of bowling there from Rowland-Jones, just angling the ball across the front of Tom Lammonby. Just a little bit of movement off the surface as well. That's just the right line, just the right length, with those two slips waiting. More of the same from the Middlesex man.
Away again. You can see with the field setting though, Middlesex are determined that this power play is going to be about their attack with the ball.
Yeah, they've got some quality bowlers to get excited about. Cornwall took the first over. Rowland-Jones full of experience here. You've got Henry Brooks as well to come. He's got some real pace.
That's the spot, isn't it? That's where we identified early in the Somerset bowling performance. They just needed to get onto that off stump and keep it there. Good over, just that first full one onto the toes, hurting Roland Jones. 12 without loss after 2. Whipped, but only as far as mid-wicket. Brooks there will be into the attack soon enough. It's a lovely shot. Roland Jones, he had a bit of running to do between the wickets. Now in the field, he's not going to catch that one.
Nice looking shot there from Archie Vaughan. Front foot cover drive. Very nicely played, right under his nose. Lovely flourish of the bat. But most importantly of all, went all the way to the rope.
It's better. Corman might have just taken the pace off on that one as well. Unless there's bat involved. Did it just pitch outside? Now Cornwall asking that question, was it bat? Pitch is in line. Oh yeah. Little inside tickle onto the back pad.
Really good shout there. Can understand why.
Top ball ends the over, 17 without loss after 3. I thought I saw an inside tickle. You're not so convinced, Dino?
Yeah, okay. Good spot, Kev. Good spot. I think there was a little tickle, yeah. Otherwise, no. I think you're right. Otherwise, that did look, yeah, very, very close indeed.
Be a wide, just slips out from Roland Jones. From Roland Jones. They're watchful at the moment. Somerset, and rightly so.
Yeah, they've got themselves up to 19 without loss off just over 3 overs without really having to take any risks. There's been a couple of nice clips into the leg side, cover drive as well. The boundaries do come with the new ball.
Lovely shot. It's a little too straight from Roland Jones, but well put away by Lammonby.
Just a little bit too straight and a little bit too full there from Roland Jones. There's been a couple of clips off the pads from Lammonby. He's up to 15, not out now.
Dots finish. Back on the spot for Roland Jones. 4 gone. 24 without loss. Good line, good length there from Cornwall. Middlesex power play. By the end of the 6th over, they were 42 without loss. So going at 7s at that point, and just then Somerset managed to settle onto a better line and length and just rein back the end of the power play, and then slowly out of the power play as well. It dipped off before the wicket of Cracknell. That's beautifully timed. Gorgeous shot by Lammonby.
Yeah, really nicely played there by Lammonby. I just wonder whether the switch between the right-handed, left-handed combination of Vaughan and Lammonby just causing a little bit of an issue with the adjustment for Cornwell.
Oh, wow. That was close.
Great leave by Tom Lammonby there.
Oh, now that's just died on him slightly. Front and back, please. I haven't seen Manny keeping low today. We were mainly seeing at the very top of the innings as just a couple of balls getting an extra bit of lift. Nothing out of the ordinary, really. End of the fifth, 29 without loss. Tim Wilson alongside myself, Kevin Handino. You did mention that a morning in the sun as it's been, half a day in the sun for this surface. What would it play like this afternoon? Probably a bit too early that the bouts would be affected by the sun in terms of drying it out, and you just get a few more to misbehave.
Yeah, it's hard to tell in that, you know, the back end of the Middlesex innings, which it was getting harder to score, but that I think has much to do with the balls getting softer as anything else, even though Middlesex did manage 98 from their last 10 overs. So in answer to your question, I don't feel that this pitch is significantly different, but it doesn't feel as though it's, you know, particularly better to bat on at this stage. I just think that what we're seeing, the impact at the moment, the biggest impact is the new ball. You know, the new ball coming onto the bat better, running away over the outfield faster. Obviously the fielding restrictions are such, so, you know, that's why we're seeing the run rate, you know, around 6 and, you know, finding the boundaries. I actually think that it will get trickier to score as the ball gets softer, and actually I think that that's where Somerset's strategy in terms of how they play those middle overs, how they, I guess, try and take the game as deep as possibly, you know, will kind of come to the fore. But it doesn't feel as though this is becoming a better surface to bat on.
Nicely tucked away. Leg side again from Roland Jones over pitch, but beautiful timing by Vaughan.
Yeah, the boundaries are coming thanks to, as I say, using the pace of that new ball, but also when the Middlesex bowlers are straying in line. I think of the 4 or 5 boundaries we've seen so far, I think most of them have been balls that have been flicked off the pads through square leg, through mid-wicket, as the bowlers have got their line slightly wrong.
Let's toes to that one. Yeah, so at the end of the 6th, Middlesex were 42 without loss. They then scored 21 runs off the next 7.5 overs, which included the last 4 overs of the power play. So Somerset really started to get it right at that point. I think that's what Middlesex need to do.
Yeah, that was the introduction of Jake Ball together with Miguel Pretorius, that really gave them some control. And of course Jake Ball had 2 catches dropped in his first couple of overs, so I think that perhaps Somerset are slightly mindful of not wanting to give Middlesex any freebies up front. But the way that these 2 batters have gone about their business, they've been quite watchful really, and only putting away the balls that need to be put away.
Oh, now Roland Jones didn't like it. Davies did behind the stump. Cracknell, my apologies, behind the stump did. End of the 6th. Yes, the 7.5 overs then after the end of the 6th. 13.3, they were 63 without loss. 13.4, they were 63 for 1. That was the loss of Joe Cracknell. The race away. Might have been fingertips on that as well, but punched hard by Vaughan.
Yeah, once again, very little value from the short ball on this pitch. Cornwell trying out the middle of the pitch, but too short, too wide. Allows Vaughan to get his hands through it. Bit of a freebie there.
Oh, now the width on that. Little with the stop. That short, fine leg. Need some inspiration soon, you fancy Middlesex. Will it be Little with the ball in hand, let alone in the field?
Good work there. Short, fine leg. Good response from Cornwell after the long hop.
And then goes leg side. Sweepers there. Jack Davies in the deep. Middlesex don't appeal anywhere near as much as Somerset. I reckon there's been a couple of good shouts worth at least asking the question. Roland Jones on probably a little high as we saw the replay of it. That one probably just drifting down. Jamie Overton still mustering somewhere. So we all, to be fair. Unless you're an Indian fan, of course.
Cricket is the winner. Well, and India.
End of the over. 5 off it plus the leg by. So 40 without loss after 7. So still behind Middlesex. At a similar stage, but you'll see the Middlesex level off there. So there's only 1 off the 7th over. There's only one run taken off Middlesex's 7th over, so they were 43 without loss, 40 without loss. Somerset is pretty steady gradient there on their worm, isn't it? It's like a ramp.
Pretty even contest at the moment as well. Concern for Middlesex's chances that they may or may not be creating. We've only really seen Roland Jones beat the bat once, maybe twice at best. So taking wickets the best way of stemming the run flow for sure. That's what did Middlesex damage throughout their innings. Every time they looked like putting a partnership together, the wicket would fall. You'd have to say that this power play, this first power play, has been very low risk cricket from Somerset. They haven't had to really take the game to Middlesex. They've just waited for the bad ball and climbed into it. Middlesex will want to start asking a few more questions of these two.
Crunched hard. Front of the backward point. It's a lovely square drive.
High caliber shot there from Tom Lammonby. Bit of width outside the off stump, but just got into a fantastic position right out the middle of the bat. Watched it all the way. Looks in good touch.
It's drifting down. Middlesex is slightly off it at the moment, it feels. Which will frustrate them because Somerset are doing no more damage than Middlesex did to the Somerset attack. But I think they'd have fancied winning this power play might be crucial in what at Radlett is a relatively low scoring game. That's it, it's the spot. They just haven't hit that spot enough, Middlesex, have they, at the start? If you're being overly critical of the first 8 overs. He's grumbling, isn't he? He's grumbling to himself. Trundling back to the top of his mark, like somebody else we know well. Ah, there you go. Middlesex just need to group a few more of them in that area and ask a few more questions. 8 done here at Radlett. 290 the target. Somerset 48 without loss.
Yeah, that's what Middlesex want to see a little bit more of. Beating the outside edge there. Just put a little bit of doubt into the batter's minds. Because up to this point, they haven't really been in any difficulty. Both looked in good touch. Middlesex want to try and create something here.
Now, has he got him? He has. Pushes one across. Vaughan follows it. And Cracknell does the rest. Middlesex have their breakthrough.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for. Nice bit of bowling there from Noah Cornwall. Just angled over the wicket across the front of Archie Vaughan. He follows it, goes for the drive. And a nice catch there by Joe Cracknell. Nicely done. Vaughan had put Cornwall away the previous over through the covers. That one not quite as full. And it was that maybe that little bit of movement off the seam with the angle. Finds the outside edge. First wicket falls. 18 for Archie Vaughan, 49 for 1. Middlesex into the second half of this game now.
Same again from Cornwell to Goldsworthy. Sometimes you just need that breakthrough, don't you, just to get you going, get you in the game. Pressure on the fielder. Didn't have as big a say with the bat as he'd have liked. He'll be hoping for a very big say with the ball. Josh DeQuery's clapping his hands in the foreground. He'll have plenty to say with the ball as well. Got one of those away sweetly early in the game. Lambenby just a single, deep square back. End of the ninth. 3 singles but a wicket. 51 for 1, Vaughan back. That's just gone, hasn't it, off the surface, slightly across him. Probably a little bit more so than I realised, and then the nick. Ice cream time. When is it not? It's behind you.
I think if there's one thing that Tom Lambenby's shown is that he knows where his off stump is. A couple of cracking leaves to go with some very decent strokes as well.
wicket at the other end can just fire you up though, can't it? Roland Jones. 1 wicket down on the board, just a little bit more in his steps. Interesting to see how long they go for. I mean, this needs to be a good over, obviously, but if it is a good over, how long they go for Roland Jones with at the start.
You always want to get the most out of your key bowlers.
Well, I think the ploy was quite clear here from the off. Roland Jones and Cornwell go at it as though it's a championship game. Couple of slips. Line and length, top of off stump. Much like Somerset, just a few too many 4 balls. But funnily enough, not as many.
Yeah, they've leaked a few runs. I mean, Roland Jones 26 from 4.3, so he has leaked some boundaries. But he is a quality performer.
It feels as though he's eased his way into this spell for whatever reason. Last couple of overs have been a lot better.
Well, I do think the shift between left-handed, right-handed has worked in Somerset's favour. Roland Jones into a nice groove here against the left-handed Lammonby.
Well, this is the kind of over that Roland Jones would have been hoping to start up with. Just doesn't work that way, does it? That's sport. Some days it comes out nicely from the off. Some days you've got to ease yourself into the spell. And that's why I wonder, at this stage, Roland Jones serves up a maiden now, then all of a sudden do Middlesex think about getting a couple more out of him. Wide. Tails on down the leg side. He's a lesser spotted bowler in white ball cricket nowadays, Roland Jones. So equally you wonder, are they going to get the absolute best out of him at this stage at the top? Down the grounds, and the wide is costly. Drags one wide, pushes one full. Lammonby punishes the old club captain.
Thinking about a maiden, turns into 5 off the over. And that's a lovely looking shot though from Lammonby. The straight drive, the on drive, which is a thing of beauty at the best of times. That was a beautiful example of it. He moves on to 31. Playing a lovely hand here so far. Middlesex got through that first power play.
Middlesex 54 without loss at the end of the power play, slowing down dramatically from 42 without loss after 6. It's Josh Little replacing Noah Cornwell. One thing we haven't talked about at the start of this innings that we did mention a lot was just an extra bit of lift that Somerset seemed to be getting. Little's a slightly skiddier bowler, so we won't be looking for as much bounce from him as from Cornwell and Roland Jones. Brooks still to come as well.
Yeah, you can see it, just the way he was holding the ball there. He's gone cross seam straight away, so maybe trying to use that skiddy nature to play some tricks on the batter in terms of the bounce. Maybe just go and get one through.
And bumps one in. Beautifully guided away by Lammonby.
Yeah, classy looking shot there from Lammonby. Kept his eyes on it. rolled the wrist, pulled in front of square. Yeah, it's a lovely looking shot. Some good touch, Tom Lammonby.
Oh, nearly deflected it back onto the stumps. Did manage to take a little bit of pace off it. Henry Brooks is warming up away to our right, so it looks as though Roland Jones is done for now. Full array of stretches. That's the spot. Middlesex just want to tighten it up. Look at that, 5.8, required 5.8. Obviously the spinners, that man Carey's still to come into play as well. We're keen to put a couple of wickets on the board and slow up this passage of play just out of power play 1. Good again, they'll drop the single though. Carey's coming around. Pretty unlucky, Josh de Carey's without LBW, as we saw in the replays. It didn't strike the pad, it struck the glove. Alone, Onican Lammonby be the player at the top for Somerset to go and do what de Carey's was planning on. It was a positive but controlled innings by the Middlesex opener, but denied not long past the 50. 63 for 1 it is here after 11. This was the score. Middlesex were 63 for 1 after 13.4 overs when Joe Cracknell fell. Here's Henry Brooks into the attack, placing Roland Jones. The other question will be, and we'll wait until all 4 of the seamers, now seeing the 4th of them, have had a good go, but was the pitch just a little bit fresher this morning? That seam movement that was there, it's not as prevalent now.
Yeah, just a couple beating the bat in this second innings, but it's been more in the batter's favour perhaps, but I do think that Middlesex so far have perhaps lacked that consistency with their bowling that Jake Ball brought when he came on. Hoping that Little and Henry Brooks now can do something similar. Coming in from an awkward height, Henry Brooks. He's got a brisk pace, maybe not quite as out and out fast as he was when he first burst onto the scene at Warwickshire, but he comes from an awkward height.
Looks like a Bob Willis, doesn't he? Just the way long-limbed, arms hanging down by his side like that. Bit of Curtly Ambrose as well. Well, particularly with the headband.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell him to ask him to take it off, Lewis.
You're right about that. It's the height and it's the arms, the release point. It feels like he's at you, the way that he bowls.
I know Richard Johnson felt that the potential in Henry Brooks was massive. Hasn't quite realised it at Middlesex yet. Year and a half now at the county, so had, well, a year and just under a half to work with Richard Johnson. Felt that he needed a winter out of him to try and get him back to where he was. Start to deliver on that potential. Lost his place in the side to Cornwell and to Sharma. Feldman of late as well. There we go. A maiden over as well. It's a very good start and a very good return to the side for Henry Brooks. 12 done, Somerset 63 for 1.
Yeah, good over to start with there from Brooks. As I say, that sort of slightly awkward height. As a batter, you just feel like he cramps you for room. And if he can get the ball to move off the seam as well, then he becomes a very, very real threat. So a good start for Brooks.
It's better. Look at the bat, hit up on the maker's name.
Josh Little, very different angle of attack compared to Brooks. Much more skiddy, almost slightly round arm. But also with a brisk pace that can hurry you. I remember watching Little play against England. I think he gave him a bit of a hurry up at the MCG. I'll have to have a look at the scorecard. T20 game in 2021.
Oh, movement on that. Just almost felt like it was about to swing in and then seams away. Edged. Maybe a fourth slip would have had a chance, or a fine gully. But Little is getting in the game here. Lovely line and length. This from Middlesex. This is how Somerset slowed it down. Just found that line and length. Settled in. Of course, the wicket helps to slow matters, but Somerset slowed it before the fall of Cracknell. Just the single to end the over. A couple of singles in it. 65 for 1.
Yeah, I was just thinking back to watching Josh Little at the MCG back in 2022 it was, and my mind wasn't playing tricks on me. He did put in a terrific performance as Ireland won by 5 runs. Rain affected game, but he picked up 2 for 16 from his 3 overs. And I just remember him giving Josh Butler the hurry up, and Alex Hales as well. Those were the 2 wickets that he took. I remember being fairly impressed by his hustle and bustle, and he's trying to bring that for Middlesex here. Good start from him and from Brooks together as first and second change. Somerset just slowing up a little bit on their run rate.
Now, dragged that one away, but that's the build-up of pressure. Middlesex slowing the scoring. They've got a couple for it. That could have gone anywhere.
Goldsworthy just trying to find his tempo out there at the moment. Lammonby in fine touch.
Gets away fine. Be boundary. It'll frustrate Brooks. Boldwell had a really good start here. Leg by signal, just drifting wide with that one. Sped up, back on the spot. A little bit of bounce just outside the off stump. Asking the right questions. So he's got a fair bit of competition for the championship side come September to get back in. But a good Augusts. Helm's been bowling beautifully of late. He'll be nailed on for September, or the start of it anyway, with Roland Jones and Higgins. So it's about the 4th spot. Brooks, Cornwall, as I said, bowling really well at the moment. Sharma. Oh, was there a nick on that? No, I thought I heard a noise. Lift again. There we go. We haven't seen too many signs of it. It's just picked up a bit of bounce off the surface there.
Yeah, and that's unusual as well for the angle that Little's coming in at, and maybe that's the help of the cross seam, just every now and again hitting the side of the seam gives it a chance to climb, but it comes with that unpredictability. And the orthodox, lovely bit of movement there from Little. He's into the groove now, bowling very nicely indeed. And even Lammonby, who's looked largely untroubled so far in his innings. A little wry smile as that one beat the outside edge. Not a lot he could do about that. Slip is in.
Very, very good. Oh, and another one. Well, he's working up a bit of pace here as well, and he's finding a little bit of something out of the surface. The first of the Middlesex bowlers to continuously do it. 15 done, 75 for 1.
Well, that's a really good over there from Josh Little. Consistent pace, bounce, movement. Really high quality stuff there. Tom Lammonby just doing what he can to stay out there. Happy to play inside the line. If the ball moves, so be it. That's a really good bit of bowling from Josh Little. Lammonby going for a drink and a energy pouch, energy gel. It's a hazy sun out there. There's a bit of white wispy cloud, but it is warm. Lammonby just taking on a few fluids and a bit of energy. He's been out there for just over an hour already. Lammonby just looking to shift the momentum here. A little bit of pressure building with Josh Little from one end, and then Henry Brooks has started terrifically. Just the 4 runs coming from almost 3 overs. Lammonby dancing down the track, just trying to hit him off his length. Didn't work that time.
Well, he's got hold of that. Brooks turned around with some alarm.
Yeah, good shot there from Goldsworthy. He just slightly over pitched from Brooks. And happy to hit through the line, beating mid-off. And a very welcome boundary there for Somerset. 81 for 1 off 16 overs, so just hovering around 5 runs and over, which is where Middlesex were for much of theirs. Little to continue.
Got a groove going here. Josh Little, he's been in and out of the side with Middlesex. Little niggle here. Some duty back in Ireland as well. He's seen as much of him as they expected to. There's Ben Geddes in the background, his skipper for today. First game skipper in the county. We haven't lingered on that too much, but he's a young captain, isn't he, Geddes? This is a big test.
All his teammates offering him lots of encouragement. They know that he's in a groove here and he's bowling very nicely. Shouts of, come on JL, bowling JL. Obviously, Josh Little is JL, but can't help but think of another JL when you hear that.
Now, has he nicked it? He has. And Little settling on that line and length, and getting his reward in the end, and getting the big wicket as well of Lammonby.
Oh, he's deserved that. Well bowled, Josh Little. Really deserved that. Really good bit of bowling. He's kept Lammonby quiet. Just keeping him honest outside off stump. I think Lammonby will probably reflect on one that he should have left alone there. Foot movement not really involved. Just pushing his hands at it and finding the edge, but it wasn't that ball that got him out really. It was the pressure that had built up over the course of the last couple of overs. And that's what really brought about the wicket. So well bowled, Josh Little. He's earned that. Absolutely earned that. Lammonby gone for 38. It looked good, but he's done now. Back to the pavilion, and James Rue, the captain, on his way out. But you've just got to give full credit to the bowler.
So Rue and Goldsworthy. Feels like this is the pinch point now for Middlesex. Little bowling well. Brooks is as well. You almost expected this to have been a front-on innings from Middlesex with the ball, in that they'd have gone hard with Roland Jones and Cornwell, and then could Brooks To a lesser extent, Little follow up. Little, you know his quality and his class, but it's the change bowlers that have just helped to tighten things up here. No ball calls, but he'll have put something straight away into the mind of Rue there. Free hit, second ball helps.
No ball called. The next delivery will be a free hit.
Now, that edge flies fine. 4 runs it is. The free hit giving him the chance to go after it, but Little's in the game at the moment.
Well, it was a free hit, so nothing to worry about for Rue. He could really swing to his heart's content, but the way that Little's been bowling, you just wonder whether even that might be a little moral victory for him. He is in a groove here, Josh Little. I'm not sure Rue will be trying something similar this time.
Short and wide. Gets away with it.
Good, Joshy. Come on, lads. Nice boys. Nice, Josh. Right open it.
Mediate for 2 after 17. Back to Brooks going at 3s. Bounce again there, bottom hand comes off from Goldworthy. up there. It's a good stop by Geddes. Needs to be sure of his hands. I'll get through. It could have been more than that, as it was dug out by Goldsworthy. Be wide signals. Now, that's clipped in the air, but clipped into space, and nearly clipped into the coffee house.
Yeah, tough end to the over from Brooks. He's bowled nicely. That one just straying down the leg side and clipped away for 4.
Nearly knocked over a latte or two.
I mean, they do look like good coffees, don't they?
Just over pitched on that lovely open face. Cornwell in and rounds. Pretty good sunflowers in the background there. Did you see them? Impressive.
It's been a summer for sunflowers. Beautiful setting here at Radlett. Lots of trees, lots of open space over the back. In between innings, went over into the other field. Lots of kids playing some pick-up matches, bringing their tennis balls and plastic bats, and having a game. Just what you want to see. Try and emulate their heroes on the field.
Are you going to get those sunflowers? Lift again for Little, and 2 slips in place.
Nice boys.
More good stuff from Josh Little. Got the wicket of Lammonby, which he really deserved. Now just trying to find the edge of route.
That could be trouble, not out. It's a very early call from the umpire.
Yes, Josh. Yes, stay out.
There's a long way across there, but I think possibly height was also a problem as well as leg side.
At him, Davo.
Busy work for a bowler nowadays. 19 overs bowled, 98 for 2.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, Josh Little. Together with Brooks, they've controlled the start of this second power play pretty nicely for Middlesex. But we might see another change to the bowling now. Looks like Luke Holman is going to come and roll his arm over, bowl a bit of leg spin, and try and follow up his runs in the first innings with some wickets in the second. Lovely looking sunflowers there with the bird feeder behind it. A strong bit of growth there by the scoreboard next to the groundsman's hut.
They got protection for the sunflower, but not for these sunscreens over in the car. But I'm still worried about my car.
Are you saying that they care more about the sunflowers than your car?
Luke Holman, they won't hit him far. It'll be fine for now, the car. Oh, loosened start up. Slips out from the leg spinner. Jones at Backwell point. Sam Robson would have been a contender to be the captain for this tournament, but a nod to Ben Geddes, I'd imagine, and how he's impressed in his time since moving from Surrey. Hundred up for Somerset in the 20th over.
That's the Middlesex 100. 20th over.
Top ball to end the over. 100 for 2 after 20. They need a wicket or two just to slow things up. 89 for 1 at the time, Middlesex. So there's that acceleration again at the last. What can the spinners provide? It's little to continue for the time being, but Carey's won't be long from the attack. That's beautifully clipped away. Just over pitched. A little too straight from Little.
Yeah, lovely looking shot there. As you say, just strayed onto the pads and tucked through the mid-wicket region with ease. And that's not where he's been having his success. He's been bowling beautifully to the left hand, the first to Lammonby and previously to Root. Actually off stump, just outside. That's where he's going to get his success.
The result down at Guildford, where Surrey was skittled for 174. Leicester 179 for 4 in the 30th over, a 6-wicket win. Cox with 38 from 36, Hanscom 23 from 32. Budinger gave it a belt at the top, 36 from 21. Shahan as well. At 27 from 21. So the Foxes flying high in Division 2 of the County Championship and to begin in the One Day Cup as well. Finished third bottom of their group in the Blast. Well, that was dismissed by Goldsworthy. Just over pitched again from Little with outside off on this occasion.
Yeah, just a little bit too full there from Little. And the width that Goldsworthy could exploit. Just angled across him. This over proving a little bit expensive now for Middlesex.
More runs, 4 more of them. They've just gone over too far with Little. Sixth of his spell, one's come of it. Single to finish it. Off 36 from his 6. Little might be him done for now. Wide rate is 6. Just below 5.5. They'll be happy at this stage with 8 wickets in hand. As we said all the way, Radlett is generally a high scoring ground. This would be the lowest defended total here in the last 16 games here. Back to 2018. Dropped short, dragged away. Whether it'll be straight to the Careys for the next over. They'll spin at both ends, see if they can start to tie things down. .22 bowled, 118 for 2.
Change of bowling from the Somerset fielder, Henry Brooks.
118 for 2 it is. Henry Brooks back into the attack here. Ice cream, please. Down to deep thirds. And Cornwell down there. Pulled away. Long leg in action again, Noah Cornwell. Bailey wants a little look at the crease. Pulled hard again. This time he gets the boundary. Nips back in that one. Looked as though it was going to be a wide out of the hand. 125 for 2. It was the last ball of the over. Yeah, it looked as though it was going to veer away. Then it just came back off the surface. 125 for 2. Wonder how much longer it'll be before they throw the ball to De Carey's. Left-handed Roo to have a look at. Really good start this from Holman into his third over. Just 7 conceded so far. First one slipped out, of course, as a full bunger that was offered up. Oh, that's good. Goldsworthy had no real idea there. Chopped in 2 by the googly. A little bit more air time, just a bit too much. Only the single though. Sending deep cover a little finer. Josh Little out there. Didn't send him fine enough. Beautifully placed.
That's the 50 partnership between Lewis Goldsworthy and James Roo.
They've just settled in here. 50 partnership between these two. 132 for 2 after 24.
Yeah, really good batting from this pair. They've kind of weathered that little period of pressure brought on by Josh Little. They lost the wicket of Lammonby, but they've now added 50 between them and looking in a very comfortable position at the moment.
Oh, now nips one back in, inside edge. Brooks has deserved that. He's bowled well today. Open with a maiden. He's kept it on the spot and he gets his reward.
They look in such a comfortable position. Inevitably, the next ball just kept maybe a little bit lower than he expected. A little bit of nip back. Goldsworthy looking at the pitch. It kept marginally lower, not in any way impossible to play, but that's why it cannoned off the bottom of his bat into the stumps. And Brooks has got his first wicket of the day. He's deserved that. 1 for 21. And Middlesex get their third. Somerset 131 for 3. Maybe not so comfortable after all.
You can come again, Dino. Thomas Roux comes out to join his brother on 22 from 24.
Well, commentator's curse or commentator's blessing, depending on your point of view.
Lovely view at the top there. The good, the bad and the ugly. Kevin Howells is here for BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Ed Seaborn, who was with me last week at Cheltenham, on the right. And Stephen Fletcher, the Director of Communications for Middlesex. So, let's going to have a look at the worm at the start of that over and say they need a wicket. There you go, they've got it. Desperately needed at that point to try and tighten things up again. Whose is that over? The red one, the big one. Is that Little's last? That was Little's last over, conceding 14 there. Just jolted things on a little in the last few overs, but overall the trend there Middlesex will be pretty happy with. Quick and big scoring grounds, Radlett. Runs to be had all round. Interestingly though, not so much across the line today. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we? Hidden across the line. Not too much out to cow corner or wide of long on. So it suggests a lot of that's to do with the bounce here, that I'm quite sure.
So we have the brothers in arms then, out in the middle. Always love to see a pair of brothers batting together. Usually feel a lot more comfortable batting alongside your sibling maybe. I was thinking who would have been the last pair of brothers. I mean, the obvious would be Overton, Jamie and Craig at some stage for Somerset. My mind immediately thinks back to the War brothers, of course. Did it so often for Australia. But there must be some other brothers who batting together.
Oh, that's hooked fine, just helped on its way. Sweeper down there at long legs, Cornwell. Matter Rory Coots and Dane Villas, the interim head coach, in the background. Wouldn't call them the good, the bad and the ugly, of course.
The good, the good, the good.
The good, the good and the ugly. The bad and the worse. Oh, that was a nasty bounce on Holman. He's done well there. Not going could have been very nasty for him and indeed those sat behind him if he missed it. And it missed him.
Of course, the Curran brothers over the river. I'm sure Tom and Sam have batted many times together. Of course, Billy Root and Joe Root have been playing professional cricket, but for different teams. Billy played a lot of cricket for Glamorgan, and well, I don't need to tell you who Joe Root plays for. But yeah, it must be pretty special to be out in the middle and calling your brother through for a single as if you were playing in the garden. Henry and Ethan Brooks together for a time. I'm not sure how much cricket they've played together, and indeed whether they would have had many partnerships. Might have to look that up, but batting partnerships with your brother in professional cricket, pretty special, I think.
Oh, that's close. Wasn't doing enough. That was close. Very, very close.
Definitely worth a loud shout. Certainly struck the pad.
Wide signal by umpire Debenham. Skipper fielding the ball. How tested will his captaincy be in this chase? Halfway stage, nearly halfway there. Over to Rue. How far can they take it together? What's the delay now? Something slowing us down. Umpire scribbles away at something in the background. Everybody's happy enough. Or as happy as he looks. Ah, well, that'd help as well. Bounces up onto Carey. Still waiting his chance with the ball. Bowled well, Middlesex. Quite at it from the off. But little Brooks and Holman done a fine job. That's a beautiful flowing drive. High elbow and one of the shots of the innings. Lovely. In between extra cover and mid-off. Slightly over-pitched. Right under the nose. Goes the same again, this time squarer. Sweeper Davies will cut it off. Good question on the brothers batting together. When was the last pair of brothers to bat together for Middlesex? You'd have to go back a fair way. I can't think. Certainly through to early 80s, late 70s. Nobody's springing to mind unless I'm missing a glaringly obvious pick.
Well, I'm being really taxed by the Brooks brothers. Obviously Henry playing for Middlesex in this game. Ethan, now at Worcestershire, but was at Warwickshire. They played for Warwickshire together for over a period between 2019 and 2021. I've just done a cursory check, so this is not exhaustive, but in each of the games they played a fair few games in the Metro Bank in 2023. And they played a first-class game back in 2019, not 2019, in 2020. No, 2019 they played against Essex together, and they batted next to each other, batted at 7 and 8. So you think that they would have been out in the middle, but one Brooks replaced the other. So I'm not sure whether the Brooks brothers have actually had any senior first team professional cricket matches, partnerships together. Stand to be corrected, but at the moment we're watching the brothers' route.
Yeah, I can't think of any for Middlesex over the years at all. So I say certainly not back to the early 80s. Prior to that, 60s, 50s. I think both Pointer brothers may have played together in the second for Middlesex at one point. I think both Pointers were together for Middlesex. The Gattings are another shout in the second 11. Of course, Gus, by his own account, was the lesser talented of the two Fraser brothers, wasn't he? .147 for 3, 28 overs bowled. They're all messaging in now to tell us of brothers that played for Middlesex. Toby Rowland-Jones is back.
Toby Rowland-Jones.
He's on at the Saucers field end. Through mid-wicket, not through mid-on. Brooks with the roll. Surprised I haven't seen Carey's yet. 29 overs in. All of a sudden just gets it to do something. It's worth a look, isn't it? So there's the economies, Holman and Brooks. The pick. Oh, went okay at the top as well. That was in the power play, of course. He'll be back at the death. Was it across? Throwing everything at it. nicely, but good stop at cover. Geddes completing the fielding.
Yeah, I've done another rudimentary search. Fraser's. I spoke to Gus actually earlier on today. I saw him over at the back serving some drinks for his Vinny and Ted pop-up bar, and he played a bit with his brother Alistair. Good shot there from one of the brothers, James Rue. Stood up tall, got on top of the bounce, didn't bounce too much actually, pulled it through mid-wicket very confidently. He just, again, that wicket from Henry Brooks has been kind of absorbed and dealt with by Somerset. James Rue batting very nicely. He's 38 not out, and his brother getting himself in. He's 7 off 14. But the key for Somerset is how the team's doing, and they're 155 for 3 after 29 overs. And I often think when you're just looking for a guide to see where the teams are, where the balance of power lies, well, the DL par is always a good indicator. DL par at the moment, Duckworth Lewis Stern par is 150, and they're 155, so they're 5 runs ahead of where they'd want to be. So Somerset at the moment looking in good touch, in good control, but a wicket or two could change everything, and we're going to see a change of bowling with Josh De Cares coming on from umpire Debenham's end. I'm sure they've made up, they've kissed and made up from the first innings. De Cares quite rightly felt that got a bit of a raw deal on his LBW.
Do you think he'll be appealing much?
Well, I think it's a good move to come on from Debenham's end. Of course, I say that in jest. I think that all's fair. Umpire made a very honest decision, and just happened to be a slightly controversial one.
Single down to Holman at long on, who's fielding just in front of us in the commentary tent.
So yeah, so I've done a little search on the Fraser brothers.
And you couldn't find them?
Well, the reality is they did play a reasonable amount of cricket together. Alistair played for Middlesex in the 80s before moving to Essex. And then Angus emerged and played, so they didn't actually play together much in the first team during that first spell. But when Alistair came back and played in the 97-98 seasons,
leg side. There's a slight smile on De Cares' face then, and he's trying not to let it crack wide across from cheek to cheek. Snuck through. Yeah, I'm just looking at Alistair. So he played 10 first-class games and 30 List A games. But looking at his last five games for Middlesex, they held List A status, but they were for Middlesex Cricket Board as opposed to Middlesex, weren't they?
yes.
Doubting Gus played in those.
No, Gus was, I think it was done by then, but he...
in 98? 99 that was,
sorry,
no, 99, you're right, yeah, 99,
yeah.
2000.
In 98, in the season of 98, they did play quite a few games together in the Benton and Hedges Cup and in the AXA League. And so I had a look at some of those games and tried to find when they might have batted together. But I couldn't find any examples, either because Alistair sometimes played as a pinch hitter at the top of the order, and then occasionally he was further down in the middle order, but he didn't seem to hang around long enough to join his brother in a partnership. So I might send him a message later just to confirm, but I'm not sure that they ever did bat together. They certainly played in the same team, shared a dressing room, but any partnerships I'm not so sure. Anyway, the Roux brothers are putting on a partnership here today at Radlett. They've added 26 so far. And they're doing a good job for their side. Require another 133 runs for victory from 20 overs. And you'd have to say, if this was a T20, it's a pretty straightforward chase.
Oh, now it was a little edgy, but down to deep third, a single. Speared in towards the stumps again from Roland Jones. As you say, they need that wicket, Middlesex. The requirements more than manageable at the moment for Somerset. Thumping on that back pad. Done as much in the second innings of this match as it did in the first, particularly at the top. Usually if there's seam movement to be found, Roland Jones finds it. Just felt as though they were a little bit off from the top though, he and Cornwell. 159 for 3. Use of the feet from Roux. Oh, and it goes over. Holman as ever giving it everything. 4 runs it is. dive from Holman. Let's see. Oh, well, as such then it was a chance. Incredibly difficult one though. Good stop from De Carey's there. Did incredibly well to get across to it. First angle, it looked like there was no hope whatsoever. Now goes again, this time over extra cover. The cry is catch. He's chipped it into space though. Oh, one of yous. I think they were both leaving it for each other. Three taken.
Had some good brotherly answers coming in on the chat. Pattinsons, Hussies, Lees, Robinsons, Parkinsons. And of course it's fascinating how so often brothers start at the same club or the same county or the same state, and then one finds himself moving on somewhere slightly different.
They just can't bear the bickering in the dressing room anymore. One of them's got to go.
You wonder sometimes what the reasons are, but the Hussies are a great example of two incredibly talented cricketers who obviously played a lot of white ball cricket for Australia. And then came over at different times. Played a lot of county cricket for different counties. David Hussey, Northants legend, really. I think Mike Hussey played for a couple of different counties, but just remember him scoring lots and lots of runs wherever he was playing. So I'm sure they would have batted together at some stage for Australia. But the Roos taking up the gauntlet here for Somerset.
It's away with that one. I felt as though it just slipped out a little. They're going to get through for. Think about it. Bobbled away off Fernandez, but De Carey's is there.
And you just get the sense, don't you, that the Roos are both feeling in and comfortable and looking to push this game on now. They don't want to leave it right to the death.
Oh, now that's a sweet pickup. And away it goes all the way.
And this is an example of it, as I was saying, both players batting nicely out there, looking good, and just starting to put a bit more pressure back on the Middlesex bowlers, just trying to put the hammer down.
Ooh. Let's go after Roland Jones again. He was through the shot.
And they've got an opportunity here, the Roos, just to put a bit of distance between themselves and Middlesex. It's been a reasonably even contest up to this point in terms of the worm and what the required rate has been, but
it's through.
They're now just starting to put the pressure on. They've pulled ever further. I was talking about the DLS par before. They were 5 runs ahead on that not too long ago. They're now 14 runs ahead on the DLS par, which just gives you an indication of how they've started to accelerate.
Well, 15 off the over so far.
Yeah, this is a big over, this one.
That's the 50 partnership between
And the 50 partnership up between the brothers. Give each other a handshake in the middle. Feels as though they've been here before. They're doing a good job.
That's a line and length to finish for Roland Jones. 56 off his 8 now. That'll be the end of Rojo. With the ball for Middlesex, 17 to go. They hold in Holman back.
Yeah, when you consider Middlesex, they scored 98 from the final 10 overs of their innings to get themselves up to that 289 target. And at the moment, it feels as though Somerset have got them exactly where they want them. 17 overs left in this game, and 107 runs now required. Looking good for Somerset.
This is a big over as well for De Carey's, I think. They're going to need to bring back Holman sooner rather than later. Cornwell perhaps as well, having a blast. De Carey's now has a look at the left-hander.
Middlesex have got to find a breakthrough. Got to find a way to stem this flow of runs at the moment.
There's the 50. Just 52 balls for James Root. Leading the way. 7 fours, 72 minutes, and a strong strike rate. It's guiding Somerset handsomely towards their target at the moment. Just the 3 singles off the over, a decent over for De Carey's. That's what they need, just a little bit of control at the moment. So whether it's spin at both ends, if that's the option, but Middlesex need to make something happen here. And Holman is back from the Salters Field end.
Change of bowling from the Salters Field end. Luke Holman.
Luke, 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50, 50. 50,
Middlesex need a wicket here. Turning to the leg spin of Luke Holman. Need to find something to upset this partnership.
Drags down first ball. Brilliant stop though. Graham Robson at points.
There's one thing I think that Middlesex could learn from the way that Somerset bowl was really taking that pace off, even with the slow bowlers, really just forcing the Somerset batters to put all the pace on it. Trying to find a catch in the outfield. On a ground like this, that's the way you're going to do it. Impressive thing though about this pair, this partnership, is the controlled manner with which they've gone about it. They've played some strong shots, but haven't really looked too risky with them.
Just drags that down. He's put away. He's just going to say what they do need to do is somehow try up the boundaries.
I just feel that maybe Holman's trying to get through this action just a little bit too quickly there. The drag down there, that's just a bad ball. Short, asked to be hit. Short balls allowing the batters to have much more control over where they're hitting it. And of course, they're not hitting it in the air when they're cutting and pulling. The idea surely is to try and get that ball up and over above the eye line, try and bring them forward, and if they do play an attacking shot, they've got some catching options, long on, long off. But then they're also bringing in the chance of an edge, bold, LBW, those sorts of dismissals as well. That's what Middlesex have to be hunting for here. They need wickets.
Oh, outside the line of off, a fancy. Away fine, but he's going to be appealing a lot.
Big appeal there from the Careys. To one that the batter hit rather than hit his pad, and the umpire giving it as runs. For those who weren't watching on the stream earlier, Josh De Care's batted very nicely indeed in the first innings.
Oh, reverse now.
But on 71, looking to try and get towards three figures. He was giving out LBW to one that was a little unfortunate, shall we say.
Nice use of the feet, just the single. 200 up. 200 for three. Oh, now he's chipped it. Mid-wicket. Wasn't straight enough, long on back.
Somerset really pulling away.
Oh, nearly offered it back. But they're in the game at the moment, it feels, the spinners. And I think Middlesex may well have to back the pair of them to try and get Middlesex out of this corner. 201 for 3.
Yeah, we have a look at the worm. Gives you a guide as to which the team's progress is doing better, and Somerset on top of Middlesex there. So at this stage of the innings, Middlesex had about 100 mark. I know that Middlesex were 191 after 40 overs, so it's clear to see the gap. 89 to win from 84 balls, 7 wickets in hand. The Roux brothers batting very nicely together. Where can Middlesex pick up a wicket?
Oh, that's that one to go straight on. There's some swagger about Somerset now. Roux gets into the 30s, gets that one away fine.
Yeah, nice little inventive lap there. Just gets right outside the line. Just guides it fine past Noah Cornwell. And it doesn't seem to be a huge amount that Middlesex can do to stop these two.
To 07 for 3 under the 37th.
Bit of a dilemma here for Middlesex. They are only going to succeed if they can break this partnership between James and Tom Roux.
Oh, now he's got that away. 6 runs. Goodness me. All the party tricks now.
What a cracking shot that is from Thomas Roux. The reverse slog sweep. Real power in it. Look at the flick of the wrist there. Just adding to the shot. That's a terrific execution of the reverse sweep.
Good follow up from De Carey's. Delicately tickles that one fine.
I mean, we're obviously on the Middlesex stream here and looking at how the home side might try and find a wicket somewhere.
Oh, wow. Think he's okay. Think he's okay.
Well, we'll have a look at the replay on that. It was attacked by Luke Holman. Big throw. And he takes the bails off, and it looks like he was just short as the stumps are broken there. That's the frame, but it is tight. There is no DRS here. There is no going upstairs, and you've got to admit that was a pretty tight one for the umpire to call.
Yeah, you do like to think that the batter gets benefit of the doubt, don't you?
I don't think you can get too upset about that. It was very tight. We had to freeze that frame. The bat looked like it was maybe just kissing the line, which is obviously not in, but just kissing the line as the bails came off. Good work from Holman. Good work from De Carey's. But it doesn't count. The partnership goes on. And we were talking about where they're going to get a wicket from. We didn't mention the run out. They had their chance there.
Well, this is it. Cornwell and maybe Little. Maybe they go back to strike bowlers. They tried Roland Jones. Maybe it's the left armers. Oh, very nearly plays that one on. Tailing back in from Cornwell.
When you think about the De Carey's LBW, you think about the run out there. Just some days the rub of the green's not going your way.
It's a lovely shot, beautiful timing, lovely clip.
That is a beautiful looking shot, and it actually brings me back to the point that I was going to make just a moment ago, which is, as we're on the Middlesex stream, looking at ways in which they might be able to take a wicket. Sometimes you just have to accept as well the quality of the opposition and how well they're playing.
Oh, he's edged that, has he? No. Well, it sounded like there was a noise.
Yeah, there was a definite sound, but not bat on ball. Didn't give that as a wide either. There was a sound, but not the right sound. as I was saying, sometimes you also have to give credit to the quality of the opposition, and you've got to say that the Roux brothers, firstly James, then joined by Tom, have both batted magnificently so far here today. They've judged conditions, they've assessed the bowling, and they've both batted beautifully.
Good start by Cracknell.
They both had plenty of time. They've placed the ball well. They've put away the bad balls. They've played their shots. We've seen some terrific stroke play, so credit where credit's due. Middlesex have got to find a way through them. They haven't been able to.
Well, 5 off the over, 2-2-2 for 3. 11 overs to go. We'll be saying somewhere around that 3:20, 3:30 mark from here, with, we're saying, batting first 3:17's the par. Need wickets quickly here, Middlesex.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Luke Holman.
So Holman changes ends. Surely bowl through now. Little or Brooks. Brooks has got the better economy. Wicket apiece. Little was carrying a lot of threat. He had that one bad over though, didn't he, that went for 14 at the end, which has made a mess of his figures. Use of the feet. Oh, and through it goes. Fernandez diving away to his right. Just out of reach.
Yeah, another good stroke there from Roux, opening the face, guiding it through the gap.
And a reverse. Paddles him away fine. Cornwell's done well, they'll turn for 3. Partnership 98 now. The 4th wicket. Short, gone. Just dragged it down short and it sat up. That's the 100 partnership. 104 now the partnership for the 4th wicket.
Yeah, this is turning into a dominant display here from the Roux brothers.
Looking for a couple, back they come. And that, after the century stands, is the 50 partnership. The 50 for Roux. 51. From 51 balls, 61 minutes. 3 4s and 3 6s now.
Yeah, gets a pat on the back, little hug from big brother. Yeah, struck him outside the line of off stump there. And Holman, desperate for a wicket. won't get one for that, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's good from Holman to finish the over.
Very good, let's go.
Nice. Line and length to challenge the batter the last delivery in the last two, couple of dot balls. He gets out of the over well after 13 off the first 3 balls. 237 for 3, but it is only that wickets column now that can save Middlesex.
Start of the final power play. 10 overs to go. Umpire Rob Bailey circles the arm to indicate that 5 fielders are now allowed outside the ring. But to be perfectly honest, that's not going to affect either James or Thomas Root one iota. They're both in superb touch here. And really, with 53 runs required from the last 10 overs, it would take something extraordinary for Somerset not to see it home from here. Stranger things have happened though. Middlesex have to keep fighting all the way, try and find a wicket from somewhere. I thought they had it with a run out just a few overs ago. They've got to try and find a wicket from somewhere.
Just the single to start the over. It's clubbed straight to mid-wicket. Well, is there life in the game yet? Robson holds on, sharp chance. Cornwell's back, gets his second.
Short ball. Could have hit it almost anywhere, but he picked out mid-wicket. Thomas Root. He pulled Holman for 6 over mid-wicket the over before to go to his 50. This time he's pulled Cornwell straight to mid-wicket. He's got to go 51, very well batted. He's put his team in fabulous position. 238 for 4. And a rather impressive century partnership between the two Roux brothers. They put on a bit of a show for us here at Radlett. It might not be what Middlesex supporters wanted, but if you enjoy good cricket, that was a very impressive partnership between them. But we've been saying that Middlesex need to find a wicket. There's still runs to be scored, 52 runs. It's not by any means done and dusted with a new batter at the crease. They've got the opening. Can they take advantage and just maybe put a little bit of doubt into Somerset's minds? Put a bit of pressure on James Roux as well. Now he's 77, not out. Can Middlesex conjure up a fantastic fight back from here? It's got to be their aim.
Ooh, into the ground from Thomas. Single it is. So it's Changeroo's approach. Handsomely the best strike rate of the game. It's going to be wide. Oh, that gets through. Into the 41st, 2-3-9 for 4. 2 runs in the over wicket as well. I think, yes, they've missed the wide. There's still one to come. Be some frantic backtracking now. Where was it? Where was the extra ball?
Correction to the last dismissal. Thomas Rue was in fact caught by Robson of the bowling corner for 51.
So it was original. If they could grab one more now, it might just tighten things up a little, but you fancy that one needs to be Rue.
Well, if they could get Rue, then everything's possible. He'll know that. Maybe he'll just rein in some of his attacking urges that were on show in that partnership. He knows he's got to take responsibility and see this game home now. Middlesex will want to just play on that. And if they can get this 5th wicket, I mean, it was James Rue who, when they went for that run out, it was him who was just short of his ground. So in another world, both Rues could have gone by now.
Come on, Jezza! This one's not taking any dots here, slot! Won't take much on this one, Jerry.
Be a wide. Just clip a bit of pad on the way.
I'll be Lukey. Come on, boys, we're so close there. Come on, lads.
Oh, that's a lovely ball.
Slotty.
New batter in.
Come on, boys,
Holman
we're so close there.
has got 9 balls left of his day. Can he take a wicket away? He's Bolton Buttes. to come of his 9th. Has he got something up his sleeve? Usually a peach of a ball somewhere that comes out from Holman. Jars the bat down on that one. Very nearly an error from Root. 2, 4, 3 for 4. 47 from 48 at his only wickets though. Can they turn 1 into 2 quickly? Right, 2 for 33, Cornwell.
Good opportunity here for Cornwell. Make a bit of a name for himself. He's start of his professional career.
Oh, that's nice.
Very nicely bowled there.
You've got Little's come back as well, haven't they? He bowled that wonderful spell, which he really grew into, but then that final over went for 14. If they can get it back on the spot. Oh, that could be close. Well, it needed to be straightening through the air.
Big shout for LBW. But I can see it hit him on his back boot. And that was outside the line of leg stump. So nothing doing there, but they're in the game.
Hooks that hard. And hooks it for 4. Into the 80s route.
Just a bit too short there from Cornwell. He's found the right line and length to Thomas a couple of balls earlier. That was meat and drink for Rue though.
Oh, ouch. Yeah, that hurt.
I think it got him just in part without any protection, just above the inner thigh guard. Got him on the hip there.
Just that hook for 4. 248 for 4. 42 from 42.
Got to find a wicket here, Middlesex. Just to put that little bit of doubt in Somerset's minds. Holman's been fighting hard. He's got one more over. Could this be the one?
Oh, long on, that's a great stop. Josh DeCary scrambles to his feet.
Next one's down my throat.
Onto that early route and dragging short. Single gives him 3, his final 3 balls potentially at Thomas. That was an interesting choice of shot. Gets away with it, Thomas. I think Holman will mind him trying another one of those. Cry of catch, but it's through. Fernandez up at mid-off. Well fine of him. Pressure just comes off again.
Come on, Jezza. Bob's coming for you here, Slothy.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Thomas. Finds the gap and just runs away
Bob coming for you, Joe.
for 4.
That's Holman done. 10 overs, none for 60.
Come on, boys, stay good.
256 for 4 then, and 34 from 36.
Holman, 10 overs for 60.
It's rule or bust for Middlesex now. They've got to get him somehow.
He's carried on today.
Come on, Nosy. I'm on this one now, Noah.
It feels like, I like competitive cricketers. I like players who
I'm on
fight.
this one now,
Just
Nosy. Come on, Nosy.
he seems a bit whingy.
Oh, it's smeared away, Mark. Wide of mid-arm. Ruse on to 90.
Yeah, just another example of some quality cricket from James Root. He really has been in fine fettle this afternoon. And as the sun bursts through and shines down here on Radlett, certainly shining on Root, who has been absolutely magnificent with the bat this afternoon. Up to 90 not out, 30 left to win.
Oh. Well, Cornwell doesn't know what he's appealing for there. Everything, anything. Delight at the ball. It's the back hip. Just excitement. Goes for the Yorker. It's clipped away long on back. Tumbling stops, good work from Fernandez there. He'll pick up a couple more. Roos on to 93. End of the 45th, 2-6-4 for 4.
Five overs to go then here at Radlett, and with Holman bowled out, they're going to have to turn to a new bowler. It's going to be Henry Brooks. He bowled quite nicely in his first spell. He picked up the wicket of Goldsworthy. Had to have a quick look at the scorecard. It was the bottom edge, wasn't it? They played on. He's got to find his groove pretty quickly here, Henry Brooks. Only wickets will do.
Shoveled into the onside. Back for 2 though. 95 for Root. 23 from 28. Gonna have to gamble. Sure, well, I say gamble, we're gonna have to try a little surely. Just throw the ball to him, see if that little bit of zip that he was working up late in his spell can be carried through now. just look at Thomas before the over's done, but yeah, it feels as though little. But he was really getting it going at one point in a spell. He felt as though he could pick up a couple quickly. It's Middlesex's only hope now. Brooks has bowled well though, it'll encourage Middlesex. See the control he's bowled with today. Tempted the block hole, I think. Get a couple. Ruse on to 98. .271 for 4, end of the 46th. Roland Jones working things out. So Thomas on 10. Just 19 for Somerset. Until Winnick and Middlesex find any tension at all to do so, they've got to get a wicket. Oh, now. The cries catch, it's skied, and it's put down. Fernandez, it was up there for a long time. Fernandez unable to hold on. It was quite the slap as well as that went down. He dropped the sunglasses.
Right in front of the fans as well. That's a tough one for Fernandez.
It's up there for a very long time, wasn't it?
But he steadied himself, but then he collapsed with the ball.
Smeared away to mid-on. He dropped it onto his forehead. It burst through his fingers onto his forehead, didn't it? I thought there was a sound. It was the sunglasses, I guess, getting hit.
He had time to really steady himself, get a strong base, and take the ball in a firm position, but
has he got him? No. Middlesex frustrated out there. Over the bowler's head. It might be very nearly over the line now.
yeah, a bit of a chastening experience this for Cornwell. He thought he had the wicket. Catch got put down at long leg. Then he thought he had another one. Umpire said no. Didn't agree that the sound was an edge, and then he gets belted back over his head for 4.
Now belted over mid-arm. Somerset nearly there. It's down to single figures.
Yeah, they're being hurried to their target now. This is going to be a convincing and dominant win for Somerset. Single figures required, just the 9 runs.
Goes up and over again. One bounce for 4. It's 5 to win.
Yeah, this is a brutal finish for Middlesex now. Cornwall, his final over there, taking a bit of tap. 14 from his last over, just putting a bit of a bruising on those figures, but really the damage was done. Partnership of over 100 between James Rue and Thomas Rue. That's where Somerset pulled away from Middlesex. And James Rue, who's going to face the start of this Henry Brooks over. He's 98 not out, and he might have ridden his luck on occasion with the run out, but otherwise he's batted brilliantly.
Oh, just dies a little on him.
You'd have to say he deserves the 100. It's been composed, calculated, with some pretty impressive stroke play as well. Sometimes you just have to hold your hands up when you've been bettered.
Slow ball, hooked away and hooked for 4. There it is, the century for Rue. It's 1 to win, but first it's the applause for Rue. 89 balls, a hug from Thomas, a century stand with his brother on the way. 14 fours. And a couple of hours of brilliance from Rue to see his side to victory.
Yeah, magnificent performance from James Rue. 102 not out from 89. It's been an exhibition from him. 50 partnership coming up at the same time. And Somerset almost there.
That's punched through, and that's the boundary to win it. Rue moves to 106. 293 for 4. A 6-wicket win for Somerset. And in the end, Rue's century stamps its authority on this game. A thought for Josh De Carey's. From makes a mistake, and unfortunately the umpire did on his LBW, and De Carey's was looking good. He'll walk off feeling a bit rough that he wasn't able to go on and take control of the Middlesex innings. Topped up by Davies at the end, but it's a high-scoring ground, Radlett, and your fancied 300 was needed. So Middlesex shy, and there you go. There were the 2 standout performers with the bat, Rue and De Carey's, in this match, and contrasting fortunes for them at the end of their innings. Seeing it home to victory, Rue. Somerset win it by 6 wickets. Next up for Middlesex, it's Sussex at Lords on Sunday. Do join us for the live stream if you can, but there you go. The Rue brothers at the top of the run scoring for their side. 71 for De Carey's, 64 from Davies, Geddes with a 40, Fernandez an unbeaten 27 at the end. But Bulls 3 for 43 and Leach's 3 for 47. Those the figures that really restricted Middlesex. Put a fair bit of difference between these sides in this game. Right, that's it from game 1 for Middlesex here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. A 6-wicket win for Somerset. So Sunday, do join us if you can for the live stream of that one, as Sussex Sharks arrive at Lords, and Somerset best wishes to them as well as they entertain Lancashire at the Cooper Associates County Ground Taunton on Sunday. So it's a win for Somerset start, not to be for Middlesex. From Dean Wilson, myself, Kevin Hand and the rest of the stream team here at Radlett. It's a very good evening to you one and all.